Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story.
You probably think the gym is one of the safest places to be at night. Bright neon lights, cameras on the ceiling, cheap pop music humming through the speakers, a bored kid at the front desk scrolling his phone. It feels almost boring, sterile, like nothing truly bad could happen there, as long as you scan your key tag and mind your own business. I used to believe that. I believed it so much that my midnight gym sessions were the only part of the day where I actually relaxed. I would leave the office, grab a sad microwave dinner, drive out to that strip mall gym at 11:30 p.m., put my earbuds in, and let the world shrink down to the sound of weights clanking and treadmills humming. That is why, when everything went wrong, it did not start with a scream or with blood or with some shadow in the corner of the room. It started with something stupidly small. My music cutting out in my wireless headphones, and my phone quietly vanishing from the little tray on the machine I was using. I thought it was just a theft, an annoying, expensive mistake. What I did not know yet was that a few hours later, someone would be using that phone, using my name, my message history, my way of texting, to convince my best friend to leave his back door unlocked. And while I sat in my apartment thinking I was safe, a man in a gray hoodie was walking calmly through my friend's dark house, straight into his bedroom, under my caller ID. I am not telling this to the police. I am telling it to you. Because once you hear what happened after that night, you might never feel completely safe in your normal places again, especially when your phone buzzes and the name on the screen is your own. 1.1. My quiet routine. At the edge of Columbus. I am not sending this to the cops. I am sending it to you. The police already have the version with dates and times and case numbers. They have the footage and the screenshots and my stiff little statement about a stolen phone and a break-in. What they do not have, and probably would not care about, is the part where I tell you what my life actually felt like before all of this started. How normal it was. How boring. How safe I thought I was. My name does not really matter here. What might matter is that I am 32 years old, and up until a few months ago, I lived a very average life on the east side of Columbus, Ohio. I rented a small one-bedroom apartment off I-70, not far from Hamilton Road, in one of those complexes that all look like they were copied and pasted out of the same cheap blueprint. Beige siding, patches of grass pretending to be lawns, parking lots full of the same tired sedans and dented SUVs. I worked a 9-to-5 job at an insurance office downtown, the kind of job where the biggest danger you face most days is carpal tunnel or falling asleep in a meeting. I spent my days in front of a dual monitor setup, clicking through claim forms, answering emails, smiling politely at co-workers in the break room while the microwave hummed and reheated sad leftovers. My life was a loop of fluorescent lights, computer screens, and the quiet hum of systems bigger than me grinding along. By the time I got home most evenings, the sky over the east side was already dark, an orange-gray dome reflecting the city lights. I would unlock my apartment, toss my keys in the bowl by the door, and stand there for a second in the quiet. Sometimes I would turn the TV on just for the sound, a rerun of some show I had already seen, a game I only half followed, a cooking competition with the volume low so it was more noise than content. It was around the time my chest started feeling tight when I walked up the stairs that I finally admitted to myself that I was falling apart a little. My weight had crept up over the years. My sleep schedule was wrecked, and I was still carrying around the loose, painful edges of a breakup from the year before. I had started drinking more than I should on weeknights, scrolling through social media until my eyes burned, watching everyone else's lives move forward, while mine felt like it had stalled on the shoulder of the highway. That was when I decided to join the gym. It sounds cliché, I know. New leaf, new routine, all that. But for me, it was less about some grand transformation and more about trying to grab onto something. Some habit that was not just staying on the couch and watching my life happen to other people. The gym I picked was one of those 24-hour places in a strip mall, a few exits down I-70 from my apartment. It sat between a Dollar Tree and a vape shop, with a nail salon on the far end and a half-empty parking lot stretched out in front of it. The sign was big and purple, the kind of cheap neon that buzzes just a little when you stand under it. At night, the letters glowed against the dark like a promise. The first time I pulled into that parking lot after dark, it felt weirdly cinematic. There were little mounds of dirty snow piled along the edges from an old storm, leveled by tires and refrozen into jagged gray sculptures. A few lone shopping carts had drifted over from the grocery store in the adjacent plaza and stayed there so long they felt like fixtures. The lamps over the lot poured out that sickly yellow light that made everything, the asphalt, the cars, even my own hands on the steering wheel, look older, more tired. When I stepped out of the car, the air had that wet Ohio cold that goes straight through your clothes. My breath came out in pale clouds as I crossed the pavement, gym bag bouncing against my hip. Off in the distance, beyond the buildings, I could hear the soft, endless roar of traffic on I-70, like the world's biggest white noise machine. The gym itself looked almost too bright from the outside. Floor-to-ceiling windows showed rows of treadmills and ellipticals, their screens glowing blue and white. The front door was glass, smudged with fingerprints. Above it, a smaller neon sign promised "Open 24/7" in flickering red. Inside, the warmth hit me first, then the smell. You learn to recognize it if you go often enough. That mix of sweat, rubber mats, overused air freshener, and whatever industrial cleaning chemical they mop the floors with. It is not pleasant exactly, but it is oddly reassuring. It tells you the place is alive, used, full of people trying to fix or punish their bodies in more or less the same ways. The noise was nothing like the roar of a daytime crowd. There was music, yes, some generic pop playlist coming through the ceiling speakers, but the volume was turned low, like an afterthought. Under it, I could pick out individual sounds: the soft thud of sneakers hitting treadmill belts, the mechanical whir of exercise bikes, the faint squeak of cables moving through pulleys. Somewhere near the back, a barbell dropped with a deep clank, its echo carrying through the space before dying in the padded flooring. I walked up to the front desk, where a kid who looked barely old enough to drink sat slouched behind a computer, half focused on his phone. He glanced up long enough to show me how to sign the waiver, how to scan my key tag, where the locker rooms were. His voice was flat and polite, the same rehearsed instructions he had probably given 100 times. When I held my new key tag under the scanner for the first time, the machine let out a sharp beep that cut cleanly through the low music and machine noise. For some reason, that sound lodged itself in my mind. It felt like a little permission granted. You belong here now. Behind the desk, tucked between a vending machine full of protein bars and a cooler humming with bottled sports drinks, I noticed the small refrigerator unit they used for pre-made shakes. Its motor made this constant, low grinding sound, like a distant garbage disposal that never shut off. That, mixed with the buzz of the neon sign outside and the muffled whoosh of the automatic doors, became part of the background music of the place for me. My evenings fell into a pattern quickly. I would leave the office at 5, drive home on autopilot along the same stretch of highway, headlights weaving past me in the opposite lanes. At home, I would drop my bag, loaf around the apartment for a couple of hours. Mindless TV, a frozen dinner spinning in the microwave while it ticked down with a green digital glow. Sometimes I would stand in the kitchen and listen to the low rumble of the fridge and the occasional knock of the pipes in the wall, trying to convince myself I was not as alone as the silence made me feel. Around 10:30, I would start getting ready, change into gym shorts and an old t-shirt, lace up my sneakers, stuff a clean towel and a water bottle into my bag. The act of locking my front door at that hour became its own little ritual. Twist the deadbolt, jiggle the knob, listen for the faint click that told me it was secure. The hallway outside my apartment always smelled faintly like someone else's dinner and laundry detergent. The elevator at the end of the hall groaned and shuddered when it moved, so I usually took the stairs instead, my footsteps hollow on the concrete, echoing between the rails. Outside, the wind moved through the gaps between the apartment buildings, making this low, constant sighing noise. Trash cans rattled. A stray grocery bag occasionally skittered across the lot like something alive. My car was usually right where I left it, under one of the big pole lights, paint reflecting the yellowed glow. I would get in, shut the door, and for a second, I would sit in that small, insulated bubble of the car. The world narrowed to the ticking of the cooling engine and the soft whoosh of the heater starting up. Then I would pull out, turn onto the access road, and let the highway swallow me for the short drive to the gym. It was a quiet life, small, predictable. My nights ended and began with the same sounds. The beep of the gym scanner, the hum of the vending machine, the whine of the elevator cables, the sigh of the wind between the buildings. I am telling you all of this because before it became the place where everything went wrong, that gym was the safest place I could think of. It was my one deliberate change in a life that otherwise felt stuck, a bright little box of light and sound at the edge of Columbus where I went to try and be better. If you had told me then that the worst thing that would ever happen to me would start under those neon lights, between a Dollar Tree and a vape shop, I would have laughed. I did not know yet that safety can be the most convincing illusion of all. 1.2, the night shift vibe, and the man in the hoodie. The late slot at the gym became mine without anyone ever saying it out loud. If you walked in between 11 at night and 12:30, you would not find the loud, crowded chaos people usually picture when they think of a gym. No lines for the treadmills, no clusters of guys arguing about form, no groups of friends taking mirror selfies. At that hour, the place felt half abandoned. Most of the overhead lights were still blazing, but the energy was thin, like the room had exhaled after the evening rush and never bothered to breathe back in. There were, almost always, the same 4 or 5 of us. The first was this older guy in a faded Ohio State hoodie. He had a gray ponytail that stuck out the back of his cap and calves that said he used to be a serious cyclist before life caught up with him. He sat on the same recumbent bike every night, third from the left in the row facing the windows. He would pedal at this lazy, unchanging pace, just enough to keep the machine from timing out. A paperback thriller cracked open on the little console. The soft whir of his bike never changed, like background music in a waiting room. Then there was the stair girl. Early 20s, always in a loose tank top and leggings, headphones pushed over her ears. She claimed one of the step machines near the back and moved like she was trying to climb out of something only she could see. Knees lifting high, hands resting lightly on the rails, gaze fixed dead ahead. One ear cup tipped just off her ear so she could hear a little of the room. Sometimes I saw her lips move a bit, like she was answering a podcast host nobody else could hear. The third fixture was the big guy in the free weight area. Thick neck, thick arms, chalk dust on everything he touched. He wore the same lifting belt every time, the leather creased and darkened with sweat. When he deadlifted, the whole building knew it. The bar would ascend slow and steady, his face reddening, and then drop with a heavy clank that traveled through the rubber mats, up the racks, into the air vents. That sound cut through everything else, the music, the hum of the heating system, and left a little ring of silence around it as it faded. Those were the regulars, my unofficial night shift co-workers. We never exchanged more than the occasional nod or, "You still using this?" But their presence made the space feel mapped, known. As long as it was just them and me, the place felt almost cozy in its own sterile, fluorescent way. You notice different sounds at that hour too. The gym's pop playlist drops to a low murmur, lyrics dissolving into a distant thump of bass and cymbal. Over that, the room fills with small, distinct noises. The metallic rattle of weight stacks, the soft slap of shoes on treadmill belts, the hiss of air coming through the vents. Every so often, a gust of wind hits the front windows, and you hear it as a hollow whoosh, the glass shaking just enough to click in its frame. Out in the parking lot, a truck on Hamilton Road passes with a deep, receding roar, like the city clearing its throat in the distance. I settled into that soundscape fast. It became the backdrop of my nights, the thing I could count on when the rest of my day felt slippery and unsteady. I would walk in, scan my key tag, hear that sharp beep, and it was like my brain clicked into a different mode. I had a system with my phone that felt safe at the time. As soon as I got to the free weights or a machine I planned to use for a while, I would take it out, set it on the little tray or platform built into the equipment, and slip my wireless earbuds into my ears. From there, the world narrowed down to my playlist and my breathing and the numbers in my head. I knew, without even thinking about it, how far I could walk away before the Bluetooth started to break up. Take a step too far to grab a wipe or adjust a bench, and the song would crackle, warble, then cut completely. Step back, and it would come surging back, smooth as if nothing had happened. It was like having an invisible circle painted on the floor around my phone. As long as the music stayed clear, I thought, nothing had moved it. Nothing had crossed that line. That little illusion was still comforting on the Wednesday night in January, when everything started to go wrong. The cold that week was the kind that made your lungs sting when you stepped outside. Old snow had been scraped into long, uneven ridges along the edge of the strip mall lot. Days of tire tracks and exhaust had turned it from white to a patchy, sick gray. When I pulled into my usual spot a few spaces down from the gym's front door, one of the tall parking lot lights above me flickered twice before deciding to stay on. The light it cast was a tired yellow, the kind that made the world look washed out, like an old photograph. When I opened my car door, the air hit me in the face, sharp and wet and absolutely freezing. My breath turned to fog instantly, hanging in front of me as I stepped out and slammed the door. The ground under my sneakers was a mix of asphalt and black ice, slick in patches if you were not careful. I hunched my shoulders against the wind and walked toward the bright rectangle of the gym entrance, bag strap cutting into my shoulder. From outside, the gym looked almost overexposed, so brightly lit it felt fake. Through the glass, I could see the familiar outlines, the cardio machines lined up in ranks, the reception desk, the welcome banner with its cheesy slogan about no judgments. The automatic doors slid open with a soft hiss, letting out a breath of warm, used air that smelled like disinfectant and old sweat. Inside, at first glance, everything was exactly as I expected. Ohio State hoodie guy was in his usual place on the bike, book open, pedaling in that lazy, eternal rhythm. The stair girl was already climbing, the digital stairs ticking upward on her machine as if she was going somewhere that did not exist. The big lifter was at the far end near the platforms, leaning over a loaded barbell, headphones clamped over his ears like armor. And then there was someone I had never seen before. He was sitting midway down the row of machines that divided the free weights from the rest of the room, on one of those chest press setups. His body posture was wrong for someone about to work out. He was not adjusting the seat or reaching for the handles or stretching his arms. He just sat there, slouched slightly forward, elbows resting on his knees. He wore a gray hoodie with the hood up, the drawstrings hanging loose but the fabric shadowing most of his face. Under it, I could see the curved brim of a black baseball cap pulled low. Where his face should have been, from my angle, there was mostly shadow. A suggestion of a nose, the line of a jaw, nothing more. Dark jeans, dark shoes, hands together in front of him. His head was bowed enough that it looked like he was staring down at something. A phone, I assumed. Every so often, though, his chin would tilt up a fraction, and I would catch the glint of skin as he turned his head, slowly scanning the room. Not just glancing, not zoning out, looking, taking inventory. I told myself I was being dramatic. People sat around in hoodies in gyms all the time. Not everybody came dressed like a fitness commercial. Maybe he was shy. Maybe he was new. Maybe he was just working up the courage to start. I checked in at the desk, set my bag down near my usual bench, and pretended not to look at him again. The floor in the free weight area was a kind of thick rubber that deadened most footsteps. When I crossed it, I could feel the give under my shoes more than I could hear it. Above me, one of the dome's security cameras stared down from the corner where the wall met the ceiling, its dark plastic lens cover reflecting small, curved copies of the room. For a split second, I pictured how all of this must look from up there. A grainy, high-angle, black and white view of a nearly empty gym at midnight. The old guy on the bike, the girl on the stairs, the big lifter in his chalk-dusted corner. And me, setting my phone carefully on the end of the bench, right in the little camera's line of sight, before lying back and lifting the bar. From that distance, we would all be nothing more than shapes and outlines. It would be easy for someone watching to see who left things where, who kept an eye on their stuff and who did not. The thought slid across my mind like a shadow and then disappeared as I focused on my warm-up set. Hands wrapping around cold steel, muscles remembering movements they were still getting used to. Behind me, somewhere in the rows of machines, the gray hood moved again. It's just a guy in a hoodie, I told myself, letting the familiar strain in my chest swallow the unease. I am tired. I am overthinking. This place is safe. At the time, I still believed that. 1.3 static in my ears and an empty bench. I settled onto the flat bench like I had 100 times before. The vinyl under my shoulders was cold at first. That slick, slightly sticky kind of cold that all gym benches have. It smelled faintly like disinfectant and old sweat, layered over the rubber and metal scent of the weight room. Above me, the fluorescent tubes hummed, their light so bright and flat it seemed to erase shadows rather than cast them. I slid my hands along the knurling of the bar, feeling for the familiar grooves, the rough pattern biting just enough into my palms. My phone was where I always put it during bench, on the little molded tray at the head of the bench, screen facing down, earbuds connected. My towel lay folded beside it, water bottle on the floor within reach. My playlist was a comfort more than a motivator. A song I had heard too many times was already rolling through my ears, bass sitting low and steady under the vocals, wrapping around the thud of my heartbeat. I took a breath, lifted the bar out of the rack, and began my set. Up, down, up, down. The machine smell mixed with the salt of my sweat, a thin sheen forming on my forehead and running down along my temples to the backs of my ears. The bar path was not perfect, but it was good enough. I could feel the burn in my chest and arms, the pleasant kind that says you are working but not dying. Outside my little bubble, the gym sounds blurred into each other. A treadmill belt spun in the distance. Somewhere behind me, a weight stack clinked as someone knocked out reps on the cable machine. The old man's recumbent bike whispered along. The stairgirl's machine hissed in short, rhythmic bursts. The air conditioning exhaled a stream of cool air down onto my face every few seconds, carrying with it the faint smell of dust from the vents. I pushed through the 10th rep, lungs starting to ache a little, eyes flicking up to count the ceiling tiles above me like I always did when it started to hurt. 11, 12. Rep 13 is when everything slipped. I lowered the bar, drove it back up, and somewhere between the bottom and the top, the song in my ears suddenly tore itself apart. The bass warped into a garbled metallic buzz. The vocals stretched into a smear of sound, and then there was nothing. Just a flat, dead silence where my music had been. It was so abrupt that I almost racked the bar crooked. I blinked up at the ceiling, mind catching on the wrong detail. That only happens when I walk too far from my phone. Except I had not walked anywhere. I had not even moved my feet. I forced the bar up into the hooks and let it settle with a sharp metallic ring, heart beating a little faster than the set justified. For a second I lay there, breathing hard, the silence in my ears somehow louder than any song. Then I swung my legs down, sat up, and reached back blindly with my right hand toward the spot where my phone always waited. My fingers met nothing but smooth, cold vinyl. The tray was empty. The little patch of plastic where my phone should have been was bare except for a faint smudge of moisture, either from my towel or from where my hand had brushed earlier. My fingertips slid uselessly over it, as if maybe the phone had just turned invisible, and I would feel its edges if I tried hard enough. A stupid surge of denial flared in my chest. Maybe it slid off. I stood up, my bench creaking as it shifted my weight away. I checked the floor on both sides, then under the bench, then under the bench next to mine. Nothing. No rectangle of glass and metal, no telltale glow. I patted my shorts pockets even though I knew they were empty. Checked the little slot in my water bottle, the open top of my gym bag, the front pocket of my hoodie hanging on the nearby rack. Nothing, nothing, nothing. For a few seconds I just stood there with my hands on my hips, sweat cooling uncomfortably on the back of my neck, listening to the gym around me as if it might offer an explanation. Ohio State hoodie guy kept pedaling, turning a page in his book with one hand without looking away. The stair girl was still climbing, eyes locked on her own reflection in the darkened window. The big lifter at the far end grunted through a heavy pull, the bar crashing down with that familiar heavy clank that carried across the room. And a few machines down from my bench, the man in the gray hoodie sat on his chest press station, head angled down, hands together in his lap. From where I stood, I could not see his face, just the curve of his hood and the brim of his black cap. His shoulders were relaxed, too relaxed, like he was waiting for a bus rather than working out. A thin line of cold moved through the center of my chest. I tried to be reasonable about it. Maybe I had left the phone at home. Maybe I had brought it into the locker room and forgotten it on the bench in there. Maybe I had set it somewhere else. Except I could still feel the ghost of it in my hand from when I had laid it on the tray. I could still hear the song that had been playing seconds before it cut. I knew, with that certainty your body sometimes has before your brain catches up, that my phone had been there. And then it wasn't. My mouth felt dry. I cleared my throat, wiped my palms on my shorts, and forced myself to move. I walked over to the gray hoodie. Up close, he did not look much older than me. Late 20s, maybe early 30s. The fabric of his sweatshirt was worn and pilled in places, like he had lived in it. His jeans were dark, cuffed just slightly above shoes that might once have been black, but had faded to a muddy charcoal. His hands were still clasped in front of him, fingers interlaced loosely. "Hey man," I said, trying to keep my voice level. "Sorry to bother you." He did not react at first. For a second, I thought maybe he had earbuds in under the hood and just had not heard me. Then his chin tilted up a fraction, and he looked at me. I only saw the lower half of his face at first. His skin was pale, a little sallow in the gym lighting. His jawline was narrow but sharp, with the faint shadow of stubble along it. His mouth was a flat, straight line, pressed together in an expression that was not quite a frown, but nowhere near a smile. Then his eyes cleared the shadow of the brim and met mine. They were a dark, muddy color that might have been brown or black. It was hard to tell under the fluorescent glare. What struck me was not the color, but the quality of them. They looked dull, almost sleepy. But behind that there was something alert, like the gaze of someone sitting in a parked car with the engine off, watching people walk in and out of a store. Passive on the surface, measuring underneath. "Did you see a phone over there?" I asked, jerking my thumb back toward my bench. I left mine on the tray and my music just cut out, so I'm kind of freaking out. His eyes stayed on my face for a heartbeat too long, like he had to remind himself that normal people respond when spoken to. Then, without glancing toward the bench, he said, "No." The word dropped between us like a little stone. No effort to soften it. No, "Sorry, man," no follow-up question. Just a flat, fast denial. The kind you give when someone asks you something you have already decided you are not going to help with. "Are you sure?" I pushed, feeling my pulse tick up. It was literally right there, like maybe somebody walked by and he cut me off. I said, "No, dude." This time there was a hint of annoyance in his voice, like I was interrupting something important. His upper lip curled just the smallest amount, revealing a sliver of teeth before his mouth flattened again. His hands tightened together for a second, then relaxed. The part of me that gets angry in slow motion woke up. I opened my mouth to say something back, something stupid like, "You don't have to be a jerk about it," but the rest of me clamped down on it. I was not the kind of person who started fights with strangers in gyms. I did not want to see what that glint in his eyes turned into if I pushed. "Right," I said instead, swallowing hard. "Okay, thanks anyway." He shrugged, Or maybe it was just a ripple of movement under the hoodie, and looked back down at his hands. I walked away, my ears ringing in the absence of music, aware of how exposed my pockets felt without the weight of my phone. The bench looked wrong when I came back to it, too clean, the vinyl too flat and undisturbed. I did one more half-hearted check around it, under the rack, between the plates, beneath my towel, like the phone might have magically regrown itself in the last 30 seconds. It hadn't. I slung my towel over my shoulder and headed for the front desk. The kid behind the counter was scrolling something on his phone, face lit blue by the screen. He jolted a little when I said his name, then tried to cover it with a yawn. "Hey, I started, suddenly aware of how sweaty I must look, chest still rising and falling. "I think my phone just got taken over there. Is there any way you can check the cameras? I had it on the bench and now it's just gone." His eyebrows went up a notch. "Like, you're sure it didn't fall or something?" "Pretty sure," I said, trying not to sound snappish. My headphones cut out mid-set. It was there and then it wasn't. He sighed, pushed his own phone aside and swiveled toward the computer. The monitor in front of him showed a grid of small black and white rectangles, each one a different angle on the gym. The front doors, the cardio section, the weight area, the hallway to the locker rooms. He clicked into the free weight camera, then dragged a little timeline bar backward. "There you are," he said, squinting. On the screen, a grainy version of me walked into frame, set something on the bench, lay down, and began to press. "What time did you say this was?" "Like 5 minutes ago," I said. "Maybe 10. He backed up a bit more, then hit play. We watched my blurry figure go through the motions. There I was, setting my phone down, adjusting my grip, starting my set. From this angle, the bench and the tray were clear, the small shape of my phone visible as a rectangular smudge near my head. The rest of the room floated in the background. Old guy pedaling, stair machine moving, big lifter setting up. And then, in the upper left of the frame, the gray hoodie entered. Even as a smudge of pixels, I recognized him. The hood was up, the cap brim low, his posture the same relaxed slouch as when I had seen him on the chest press. He walked along the row of machines with an easy, unhurried gait, hands at his sides. He passed behind my bench once, then again, a little closer. This time he slowed. On the screen, my body was still under the bar, arms pumping, oblivious. The kid behind the desk glanced up at me, then back to the footage, his expression sharpening. We both watched as the man in the hoodie looked left, then right, though at that resolution, it was more a tilt of the shadow where his face should be than a clear movement. His hand came up, casual, almost lazy, and reached toward the tray by my head. He picked up my phone. There was no hesitation, no double take, no looking around for an owner. He just closed his fingers around it, slid it down out of view in front of his torso, and tucked it smoothly into the front pocket of his hoodie. Then he walked out of frame. The kid paused the video there, finger frozen on the spacebar. On the screen, the press of his hand against my phone was caught mid-motion, a small act of theft captured forever in grainy black and white. For a second, all I could hear was the hum of the computer tower and the buzz of the neon sign bleeding through the front windows. "Jesus," the desk kid muttered. "Yeah, that's definitely him." "Did you see him leave?" I asked, throat tight. He shook his head. "I wasn't really looking. I thought it was just you guys." I did not wait for anything else. My body moved before my brain had decided what to do with the anger and fear banging around inside my ribs. I pushed through the turnstile and hit the front doors with my shoulder hard enough that they smashed open faster than the automatic sensors wanted them to. The cold slapped the sweat on my skin, turning it icy in an instant, stealing my breath for a heartbeat. The parking lot spread out in front of me, washed in that same yellow light. The dirty snow mounds sat where they always did. My car was exactly where I had left it. Everything else was empty. No figure in a gray hoodie walking between the cars. No taillights pulling out onto the access road. No one leaning against the wall having a smoke. Just the wind pushing a stray receipt across the pavement and the distant rush of traffic on the highway. Above me, the lamp I had parked under flickered once, twice, then steadied, casting my shadow long and thin across the asphalt. If he had been there at all, he was gone now. And he had not just walked away with a phone. He had walked away with a piece of my life in his pocket. 2.1. Realizing what he really took. I sat in my car with my hands still on the steering wheel long after I had turned the engine on. The heater was working overtime, blowing lukewarm air at the windshield, but my breath still fogged the glass in short, sharp bursts. Little patches of condensation bloomed in front of my face, then faded, then bloomed again. My fingers were slick on the wheel, not from the workout anymore, but from something colder settling under my skin. At first, my brain tried to put this in the annoying but fixable category. Phones get stolen. It happens every day. Call the carrier, cancel the line, change some passwords, buy a new device, move on. That was the script I fed myself as I stared at my own faint reflection in the windshield. Neon light from the gym sign painting my face a washed-out purple. My hands came off the wheel slowly, as if I did not quite trust them yet. I dug in the console for my wallet, fumbled my debit card out, stared at the tiny customer service number on the back as if it belonged to someone else. By the time I dialed it, my thumb was trembling. The automated menu did not care about any of that. It greeted me in the same chirpy voice it used for everybody else, walked me through the same maze of press 1 for billing, press 2 for lost or stolen devices, thanked me for my patience as it transferred the call. Every time the line clicked and the recorded voice cut out for half a second, my stomach dropped like I was about to hear someone breathing on the other end instead. Then came the hold music. It was some generic, royalty-free instrumental track designed to be calming. Soft piano, a little synth, fake strings swelling and fading. It bled into the sound of the heater fan and the faint hiss of the outside world through the car's thin doors. Trucks rolled past on I-70 a few hundred yards away, their tires humming against the pavement like distant thunder. A gust of wind slapped against the side of my car, making it rock just enough to remind me how thin the metal shell around me really was. While I sat there listening to that stupid music loop, my mind started making a list. Not of the phone itself, of everything inside it. Photos first, for some reason. Not the scenic ones or the food shots, but the ugly, honest pictures that never went anywhere near social media. Drunk smiles on my couch. Screenshots I had taken of things I did not want to forget. A few half-deleted pictures of my ex I had been too lazy or too sentimental to clear out completely. Pieces of other people's faces and lives, frozen at moments they hadn't even known were being captured. Then email, work inbox, personal inbox, archived messages from years ago, job offers, bank statements, password reset links. Whole conversations with my boss, with my parents, with people I had not seen since college. Threads of my life stretching backward for years, all neatly indexed under my name. Google Drive, documents I had written and forgotten, tax forms, copies of my ID, random notes I had jotted down in the middle of the night and never looked at again. All of it just sitting there in little folders, labeled and searchable, as if I was trying to make a manual for how to be me. Banking apps, credit card apps, that stupid budgeting app I had tried for a month before giving up. Most of them technically needed passwords or biometrics, but the phone had always been the trusted device. One tap and half of them sprang open without asking too many questions. Notifications popped up with partial account numbers, balance updates, suspicious activity alerts that suddenly felt like a sick joke. Contacts, names of people who trusted that when my number appeared on their screen, it meant me. Old roommates, co-workers, my boss, my parents, my best friend Mark. Next to each name, addresses, birthdays, work info, little notes I had added to remind myself who was who. Home. That one sat in my mind like a stone dropped into water. Home was not just a word saved in my map app. It was the blue pin that showed exactly where I slept, where I kept my spare keys and my social security card, and the documents I never wanted to lose. It was the Wi-Fi network my phone connected to automatically as soon as I stepped within range. It was the address auto-filled into forms with a single tap. 2 weeks earlier, I had turned my lock screen passcode off. Face ID had started failing me at the gym. Too much sweat, wrong angle, worn-out camera. Whatever it was, I got tired of staring at my own unflattering reflection while the phone refused to recognize me. The passcode was only temporary, I told myself as I flicked the setting off. I would turn it back on later, once I had the energy to deal with all the little frictions it added. I had never gotten around to it. "Thank you for holding," a new voice said in my ear, making me flinch. "This is Karen with customer support. How can I help you today?" Hearing how calm she sounded made something twist in my chest. I gave her the script I had built for myself. My phone was stolen at the gym. "Yes, I'm sure." "No, I don't have the device with me." "Yes, I want to suspend the service." "Yes, mark it as lost or stolen." "No, I don't recognize any recent calls or texts." She was kind enough in that distant, professional way, but the words usually takes a little time to propagate through the system, stuck in my head like splinters. Blacklist, update, process. All of her verbs were slow. He had a head start. That was all I could hear. By the time I hung up, the windows had fogged so much I could barely see the gym anymore. Just a smear of pale light and moving shadows. I wiped a clear patch with the heel of my hand and stared out at the parking lot, half expecting to see a gray hooded figure standing under one of the lamps, watching me. There was nothing there, just my own reflection, faint and warped in the glass. The drive home felt shorter than usual and longer at the same time. Streetlights slid past in regular intervals, painting the inside of the car in alternating pools of light and dark. My radio stayed off. Every notification chime I thought I heard turned out to be some other car's turn signal or a bit of loose plastic in my dashboard rattling when I hit a bump. When I pulled into my apartment complex, most of the windows were dark. A few TV screens glowed behind half-closed blinds, flickering blue and white shapes. Somewhere a dog barked once, then stopped. The wind curled around the buildings, making the siding creak. Inside my apartment, the silence felt deeper than usual. I locked the door, checked it twice, then stood there in the entryway for a moment, listening. The refrigerator in the small kitchen buzzed and clicked, its compressor kicking on with a low, grinding hum. The heater in the hall closet rumbled to life, pipes knocking faintly in the wall as warm air began to move. The neighbor above me walked from one side of their living room to the other, floorboards creaking in familiar patterns. I turned lights on room by room, not because I needed them to see, but because the darkness felt like too much open space. The TV came on next, filling the living room with moving color and the low murmur of some show I did not pick. I left the volume barely above a whisper. It was enough to make me feel less like the building's shell was going to close in on me. My laptop sat on the coffee table where I had left it that morning. Opening it felt like lifting the lid on something fragile. The screen bloomed to life with my desktop, my email client already dinging softly to tell me there were new messages. I went down the list of things I thought I could control. First, email passwords, work account, personal account, the address I barely used anymore but kept around because half my old subscriptions still went there. Each time I changed one, the system cheerfully informed me that a confirmation email had been sent to my devices, including, I knew, the phone I no longer had. Then, cloud storage. I signed into my drive, checked the device list, removed the old phone from the trusted section. Somewhere in the background, a tiny spinner turned, as if it was physically trying to catch up to what had already happened hours ago. Social media, banking, shopping apps, any service that offered log out of all devices got that button hit without hesitation. On some logins, an extra prompt popped up. For your security, we've sent a verification code to your phone. I stared at those messages longer than I should have. It was around the third or fourth time I saw that little phrase, your phone, that the feeling finally clarified into words. It wasn't the price of the phone that scared me. I could buy another slab of glass and metal. I could wait in line at a store, sign a new contract, get a new case. The part that made my skin crawl, the thing that sat in the back of my mind like something with teeth, was the realization that a stranger was now holding a copy of my life. Not my whole life, no, but enough of it. Enough to know who I talked to. Enough to know where I slept. Enough to pretend to be me well enough, for long enough, that someone I cared about would open a door without thinking twice. The refrigerator hummed a little louder, then clicked off, leaving a brief pocket of almost silence before the heater filled it. On the TV, canned laughter flared and faded, completely disconnected from anything I was feeling. I sat there hunched over my laptop, screens casting cold light over my living room, fingers moving through the motions of securing accounts that might already have been compromised, and tried not to picture his hands scrolling through my photos, reading my texts, seeing my name pop up at the top of conversations that were never meant for him. Outside, a semi rolled along I-70, its low roar reaching me a second too late, like distant thunder after lightning you never saw. 2.2, ghost notifications and the first call from myself. The night did not really move after that. It just stretched. I lost track of time hunched over the laptop, the only real light in the room coming from its cold, bluish screen. The glow flattened everything around me. The coffee table, the arm of the couch, my own hands, into that same unhealthy color you get from office fluorescents at 2 a.m. The apartment sounded louder than usual in the quiet. Every small noise felt amplified, the soft, irregular tap, tap, tap of my fingers on the keyboard. The faint creak of my chair whenever I shifted my weight. The low sigh of the air conditioner cutting on, pushing cool air through the vents, then snapping off a minute later when the thermostat decided it had done enough. My inbox kept refreshing, little banners popping up in the corner of the screen. New sign-in from Windows device. Security alert, changes to your account. It felt like I was chasing my own tail through menus and settings, hitting update password over and over until the words started to lose meaning. At some point, I opened my iCloud account, more out of reflex than any real plan. I logged in, passed whatever security checks it asked of me, and clicked through to the device list. There it was. iPhone. The model name, the last 4 digits of the serial number, all of it exactly right, exactly mine. Next to it, in tiny gray text, it said, "Online." My stomach gave this weird, slow twist. It was the difference between thinking someone might be in your house and seeing the light under a closed door that you definitely left off. I clicked Find My, the way you do when you misplace your phone in your own apartment and want to make it chirp from under a pile of laundry. The map took a second to load, zooming in from a view of the whole state to a generic block of city. Then it stopped. No blue dot, no address. Just a little line of text under the device icon. Location not available. That should have been comforting, I guess. If the location could not be found, it meant the phone was turned off, or in airplane mode, or somewhere signal could not reach. For a second, I clung to that, told myself whoever had taken it had probably powered it down and tossed it into a drawer to be wiped and resold. Then my eyes drifted back up to that one word glowing calmly in the corner of the screen. Online. So it was awake enough to talk to Apple's servers, just not awake enough to tell me where it was. I clicked play sound without thinking, like an idiot. The site spun for a second, then told me cheerfully that a sound would play on my missing device when it next connected. I stared at that message, imagining his hand closing tighter around my phone as it suddenly started pinging in whatever dark place it was sitting. I closed the tab with a little more force than necessary and went back to the endless rounds of locking and changing and deauthorizing. The clock in the corner of my laptop crept from 11:47 to 12:19 to 12:52. Somewhere between those numbers, my eyes started to sting from staring too long. The words on the screen blurred slightly. That was when the laptop pinged. It was not the usual email chime. It was sharper, higher, a thin little bell that made the hairs on my arms stand up before my brain even registered what it was. A small notification slid in from the top of the screen, bouncing once like it was happy to see me. Incoming FaceTime call from me, iPhone. For a second, I honestly thought it was some kind of bug, some delayed echo from when I had been messing around in iCloud. My brain stalled out on the familiarity of the label. Me. That was how I had named my phone, back when I first set it up, so it would show up neatly in Bluetooth menus and on device lists. Now it was hovering on my screen in white text on a green bar, ringing. The sound of a FaceTime call is different from a normal ringtone. It's lighter, more melodic, almost playful. In the middle of my silent apartment, it sounded wrong. Too bright. Like hearing a cheerful chime play inside a funeral home. The laptop speakers sent that sound out into the room, and it seemed to bounce off the walls. The TV was still on with the volume muted, throwing flickers of color onto the far wall and onto my face. In that shifting light, the word me glowed and faded and glowed again. I did not move at first. It was like my body could not decide which instinct to follow. The one that says, "Answer your own phone, you idiot." Or the one that says, "Do not put your face in front of whatever is on the other side of that connection." The call kept ringing. The little window in the corner where a video preview would show stayed black, waiting. All I had to do was click. Some sick, morbid part of me wanted to. Just to see. To find out if he would have the camera flipped to the back, showing only darkness, or if he would stare straight into the front lens, wearing my phone like a mask. I pictured it so clearly that my stomach turned. Him in that gray hoodie, somewhere I did not recognize. The black cap pulled low. The phone held a little lower than most people hold theirs, so his eyes were angled down, staring into the device, into me. Maybe smiling, maybe not. Maybe he would not say anything at all. Maybe he would just stand there and breathe until I hung up. My cursor hovered near the green "Accept" button. My fingers did not touch the trackpad. The ringing kept going, steady as a heartbeat. It struck me then that this was the first time in my life I had ever been afraid of a call from myself. Eventually, mercifully, it timed out. The chime cut off mid-phrase. The little green bar slid away. For a second, there was nothing but the soft hum of the laptop fan and the quieter hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. Then a new notification popped up. Your Apple ID was used to sign in to a device. Location. If this was you, you can ignore this notification. If this was not you, another ping. Your verification code is 3. I watched that one disappear almost as soon as it arrived, like something somewhere had already read it, used it, moved on. More ghosts. More proof that whatever I was doing here at my couch, changing passwords, locking devices, hitting log out of all sessions, was always going to be one step behind. I was swatting at shadows on the wall while something else moved freely in the dark behind me. Every security alert started to feel less like a warning and more like a taunt. For the next half hour, my night turned into a twisted feedback loop of my own digital life trying to talk to me. A login attempt here, a code sent there. Little red icons blooming on my phone carrier's website, my email, my cloud services. On paper, I guess. That means some of the measures were working. He could not just slide into everything without resistance. But sitting there watching those pop up in real time felt like being told over and over, he's still in, he's still trying, he still has your keys, you're just changing the locks one door at a time. The absurdity of it hit me in waves. There I was, in a cheap apartment off I-70, in sweatpants, hunched over a laptop bought on a payment plan, trying to fend off a stranger wearing my phone like a stolen skin. We were not even in the same room, but I could feel him every time a notification appeared. A presence measured in pings and timestamps instead of footsteps. At some point, my brain just gave up. The adrenaline that had been keeping me upright drained out all at once, leaving behind a thick, heavy exhaustion. My eyes burned every time I blinked. The text on the screen doubled briefly, then snapped back into focus. Nothing on any of my accounts looked immediately worse than it had an hour before. That was the closest thing to comfort I had. I closed browser tabs one by one, watching my online life shrink back down into a single glowing desktop. The FaceTime icon in the dock sat there, innocuous and bright, as if it had not just tried to bridge me to something I never wanted to see. The TV was still on, volume still muted. On the screen, an infomercial was playing, a set of shiny knives slicing effortlessly through tomatoes and bricks and shoes. The flicker of its color painted the room in brief, sharp flashes. Red, white, blue, red, white, blue. The soundless enthusiasm of the host's mouth moving made the whole thing feel like some bizarre pantomime. I did not bother turning it off. I just slid down from sitting to lying on the couch, one arm over my eyes to block the light, the other still resting on the edge of the laptop. The cushion was too firm, my neck at a bad angle, my heart still beating a little too fast. But my body was done listening to reasons. It wanted some kind of shutdown, even if my brain was nowhere near finished. As I drifted toward a restless, shallow sleep, I had one last, clear thought. It was not just that a stranger had my phone. It was that, somewhere out there in the dark, me, iPhone, had started acting like its own person, making calls, asking for codes, trying doors I could not see, and I was no longer the only one answering to my name. 2.3, Mark's reaction and the fake conversation. I woke up with my jeans still on, and a line from the couch cushion pressed into the side of my face. For a second, I did not remember where I was. The TV was still on, muted, some morning show host waving their hands silently at the camera. My laptop sat half open on the coffee table, screen gone dark, its charger light a tiny, steady amber glow. Then, the night before came back in a rush. The gym, the camera footage, the carrier, me, iPhone, calling me, the endless stream of security notifications. My mouth tasted stale, my neck ached, and there was a dull, sour feeling sitting in my stomach, like I had swallowed a stone. I checked the time on the microwave. 8:13 a.m. For a few minutes, I just sat there on the edge of the couch, elbows on my knees, hands pressed over my eyes. The apartment sounded normal again. The fridge humming, the heater cycling on, the neighbor upstairs moving around, and that normalcy made everything from last night feel almost unreal, like a dream that had soured just enough to stick. Then I thought of Mark. He was the one person I knew who would both understand and make fun of me for freaking out. That balance had gotten us through a lot. If I told him I got my phone stolen at the gym, he would call me an idiot, offer me a beer, and help me make a list of everything I needed to fix. I dug through my wallet for my work phone, the cheap little company-issued brick I rarely used unless I was on call. Its screen felt toy-like after my old device, the plastic case slightly sticky around the edges. I scrolled through the sparse contact list until I found his number, the one I had actually memorized years ago, back when that was still a thing people did. The call rang 3 times before he picked up. His voice when he answered was thick with sleep and something else I could not place. "Hello?" "Hey," I said, suddenly aware of how ragged my own voice sounded. "It's me, work phone. My regular one got stolen last night." There was a beat of silence on the line. Then quietly, like he was hoping I would say I was kidding, "Tell me you're joking." That was not the reaction I expected. I tried to laugh it off. I wish I was. Some asshole at the gym lifted it off my bench while I was mid-set. I had to spend half the night changing passwords. It's been a whole thing. He did not laugh. There was another stretch of silence, long enough that I pulled the phone away from my ear to make sure the call had not dropped. The seconds dragged. I heard a faint rustle, like fabric moving, and the distant hiss of a car going by on his street. "Why?" I asked, putting the phone back. "What's wrong?" He exhaled slowly, the kind of breath that sounds like someone trying to buy time while they decide how honest to be. "I'm coming over," he said. "Give me 15 minutes. "Mark, what?" He had already hung up. The call ended with a little click that felt too loud in my tiny living room. I stood there holding the phone, staring at the blank screen, my heart starting to pick up speed. Every worst-case scenario my brain had been playing with all night shifted slightly, resolving into something more focused. If he sounded that shaken just hearing the words, "My phone got stolen," it meant that whatever had happened on his end was bad enough that he did not want to tell me over the line. I paced while I waited. From the window, I could see the parking lot of my building, the strip of gray road beyond it, the slushy remains of last week's snow clinging to the curb and dirty ridges. The sky was that flat, pale Ohio gray that looks less like weather and more like the whole world is under a fluorescent light. A mail truck went by, tires crunching over the frozen slush. Somewhere, a car alarm chirped twice as someone locked or unlocked their doors. I made coffee just to have something to do with my hands. The smell filled the apartment, sharper than usual. My fingers jittered on the mug when I brought it to my lips. There was a knock at my door that made me nearly spill it. It was just Mark's knock, though. 3 quick raps, 1 pause, then a 4th, like a stutter. He had been doing that since college. I opened the door to find him standing there in his navy blue scrubs, jacket unzipped halfway, hair flattened on one side like he had not bothered to brush it. There were dark circles under his eyes that the cold air had not managed to flush. A travel mug of gas station coffee steamed faintly in his hand, the logo fading from too many washes. He brushed past me into the apartment without waiting for an invitation, the way only people who have known you too long can. "Did you just get off shift?" I asked, closing the door behind him. "Yeah," he said. "Been home for like an hour?" His voice sounded wrong up close, thin, frayed. He put his coffee down on the counter, then pulled his own phone from his pocket. It was one of the newer models, shinier than mine had been, with a case covered in tiny scratches from God knows where. He unlocked it with his thumb, swiped a few times, then held it out to me. "Read this," he said. The screen showed our message thread. My name was at the top, my number underneath it. Our old conversations were above. Memes, trash talk about football, random links, the usual. It looked exactly like what lived on my phone, right up until the previous day. Then, at 12:47 a.m., a new message. "Hey man, can I stay at your place tonight? Got into a huge fight with my parents." I read it twice, feeling my mouth go dry. On its own, it could have been me. The spacing, the lack of punctuation at the end, the casual, "Hey man." I had sent him texts that looked almost identical when we were younger and got into stupid arguments with roommates or girlfriends. Underneath, his reply, "Damn, you good? What happened?" Then more from me. "I'll tell you about it later, it's stupid. Just don't really want to be here tonight. You home?" The cadence was right, the sort of half-sharing, half-deflecting I leaned on when I was embarrassed. There were even little touches that felt like fingerprints. The way "wanna" was spelled, the lack of capitalization on I. Another message. "Can you just leave your back door unlocked? I'll get there super late. Don't want to wake you or your dog." My vision drifted down the thread, each new bubble dragging my stomach a little lower. "I promise I'll be quiet. Just need a place to crash. You know I wouldn't ask if it wasn't bad." He had answered after a gap of a few minutes. "You could see the time stamps." "Yeah, man, that's fine. I'm wiped from this shift anyways. Back door's unlocked. Just come in, don't ring the bell, or the dog will lose his mind." There was a thumbs-up reaction on that message, from my number. No more messages after that. I stood there, the phone suddenly heavy in my hand. The room felt narrower, like the walls had moved in a few inches. "Do you see why I asked if you were joking?" Mark said quietly. It wasn't me, I heard myself say. The words sounded thin, unconvincing, even though they were the truest thing I had ever said. "I was here, on my couch. I can show you the login times for my accounts, the carrier call log, the—" "I believe you," he cut in. He leaned back against the counter, scrubs rustling, hands gripping its edge until his knuckles went pale. "That's the worst part. If it didn't sound like you, I would have ignored it. I was so tired, man. When that first text came in, I was half asleep. I saw your name at the top, and I didn't think. He rubbed a hand over his face, like he was trying to wipe away the memory. I figured you had gone over to your folks' place for the weekend or something. Had a blow-up, didn't want to talk. It sounded like you. I mean, you read it. I had. And that was what made my skin crawl. It was not just that someone had my phone. It was that they had taken the time to scroll our chat, to learn the rhythm of how I spoke to the people closest to me, and then wear that rhythm like clothing. It feels like reading something I wrote, I said slowly, eyes still on the screen. Except I know I didn't. He let out a humorless little laugh. Yeah, try being on the other end of it. For a moment, we just stood there. The only sounds the hum of the fridge and some canned laughter from the TV in the other room. So, I began, already knowing I did not want to hear the answer. What did you do after that last text? He didn't look at me when he responded. His eyes drifted toward the window, where the sky hung low and gray over the parking lot, where the remnants of snow clung to the curb like dirty teeth. I did what you asked, he said. I went downstairs. I unlocked the back door. Then I went back up to bed and crashed. He swallowed, Adam's apple bobbing. I figured you'd come in late, sleep on the couch, and I'd find you in the morning. The words hung between us, heavy and unmistakable. From around 1 in the morning until whenever he woke up, Mark's house had been open. Not for me, not for someone he knew, but for whoever had decided to slip into my life long enough to borrow my voice. Between those hours, any footsteps crossing his threshold would have sounded to him like mine. 3-1. The back door camera. We sat at my kitchen table like we had 1,000 times before. But the mood was wrong. Usually when Mark came over after a shift, he would raid my fridge, sink into the couch, and talk trash about his patients or co-workers until the caffeine wore off. This time, he had brought his own coffee, and neither of us had touched it since he set it down. The steam off the lid had long since faded, leaving a thin brown ring where the cup rested. My cameras picked something up, he said, as if I had not already guessed. I didn't check them this morning. I only remembered when you called. We moved into the living room without saying much else. The TV was still on from earlier, that same morning show now replaced by a local news anchor silently describing a traffic jam on the other side of town. I grabbed the remote and flipped over to the HDMI input. The screen went black for a second, then reflected us both faintly as two distorted shapes in the glass. Mark pulled out his phone and opened the security app. I watched his thumb move with the ease of muscle memory, tap, tap, swipe, selecting his house from the list, then the camera he wanted. A small, grainy thumbnail appeared on his screen. Back deck, he said. I've got one there, one in the living room, and one in the upstairs hall. We'll start with this. He hit the cast icon. A second later, the image jumped from his phone to my TV, blooming into a full-screen view of his backyard. The footage looked like every piece of security camera video you have ever seen on the news. Slightly washed-out colors, a wide, slightly warped field of view, the timestamp glowing in the corner in blocky white numbers. The angle was from up in the eaves, looking down over the wooden deck behind his small house. Even frozen, it made my stomach tighten. Snow still clung to the boards of the deck in thin, uneven patches, more gray than white in the dim light. The rest had been stomped down into a slick, dark sheen. The low railing traced a rectangle around the space, beyond which you could see the fence dividing his yard from his neighbor's. Over that fence, the glow from a porch light next door spilled into the frame, turning the air above the deck a murky yellow. In the top right corner, The back door of Mark's house stood as a darker shape in the wall, a glass panel reflecting nothing but black. He scrubbed the timeline back with his thumb. On the TV, the little playhead slid left, the timestamp spinning backward, numbers blurring as the app jumped through hours in a second. "What time did you text me?" I asked, even though I knew. "Around 12:40, maybe 12:50, he said. "I told you the door was open at... Look." He slowed the scrub, let it catch. "Here." The timestamp steadied at 1:43 a.m. For a few seconds of video, nothing happened. The deck sat empty, the wood grain just visible under the thin snow, the porch light next door humming a faint halo into the air. In the distance, beyond the fence, there was a suggestion of other houses, indistinct shapes in the dark. The whole frame had that surreal stillness cameras impose on the world, flattening depth until it all looks like a backdrop. Then, without any drama at all, the back door moved. It did not fly open or get kicked in. It just eased inward, a slow pivot of darker black against the dim interior behind the glass. From our vantage point, it looked cautious, almost polite. Like whoever was on the other side had taken care not to let it slam. A hand appeared first, just fingers at the edge of the door, pale against the painted wood. Then a wrist, then the forearm hidden under dark fabric. The camera's tiny microphone, not much better than a laptop's, picked up a faint noise when the seal broke. A soft, wet thup of indoor air meeting outdoor cold. It was quieter than the hum of my refrigerator in the next room, but it seemed to cut straight through to me. "Mute the TV," Mark said unnecessarily. I had already done it. The door opened wider. A shape stepped out onto the deck. Even in grainy camera quality, I knew him. Gray hoodie pulled up, hood casting a shadow over the top half of his face. Black baseball cap brim jutting out underneath. Dark jeans, dark shoes. His shoulders carried that same loose, careless posture he'd had in the gym. The kind that says, "I belong here. I am not worried." He closed the door behind him with one hand, taking the time to rotate the knob so it would not click loudly in the frame. The camera's mic picked up the soft scrape of the rubber weather stripping sliding back into place, and a quieter, almost inaudible tap as the latch touched home. "Did you see that?" I said, my voice lower than I meant it to be. He knows how to move quiet. Mark did not answer. His eyes were fixed on the screen. The man stood there for a second, as if getting his bearings. You could just make out his breath in front of his hood, thin white ghosts dissolving into the cold air. He reached up once and adjusted the brim of his cap, a small, habitual motion. Then he did something that made the hair on my arms stand up. He did not look around like someone who was unsure. He did not glance up at the camera, though from that angle he might not have known exactly where it was. He turned instead toward the kitchen door and put his hand on the knob again, testing it, confirming what he already knew. It was unlocked. My mind superimposed the text message I had just read onto that image. "Back door's unlocked. Just come in." He did exactly that. The camera caught the back of him as he slipped inside, his body pattern breaking up slightly as it crossed from the yellowish outside light into the darker interior. For a heartbeat, all that was visible in the frame was the open doorway, a narrow slice of Mark's kitchen beyond, the edge of a counter, the corner of a fridge, a square of tile. The microphone picked up the muffled sound of the door closing again, the sigh of weather stripping, the dull thump of the frame meeting the jamb. Then the deck was empty. It should have been a relief, seeing the space outside left behind. Instead, It made my skin crawl worse. The camera was locked on the wrong side of the threshold, watching a blank rectangle of wood and glass, while the real story moved into the dark, warm interior of my best friend's house. Mark tapped the screen, switching to the kitchen camera. The angle changed with a little digital crackle. Now we were looking at the inside of that same back door, from high up in the corner of the kitchen. The room was lit only by a weak under-cabinet light and the glow from the microwave clock. Shadows pooled under the table and around the edges of the counters. The time code read 1:43:27. For a couple of seconds, the frame was empty. The fridge hummed silently in the background, its LED display painting a faint green square on the floor. Somewhere out of sight, the furnace must have been running, but the camera mic turned it into a low, distant hiss. Then the back door opened inward, and he stepped into view. He did not hesitate in the doorway. One foot, then the other, smooth and deliberate. He did not stop to listen, did not peek his head in first, like someone afraid of being caught. He moved like a man arriving somewhere he expected to be. He left his shoes on. On the audio track, you could hear the soft, rubbery thud of his soles against the tile. Not heavy, not rushed, just normal. He let his hand fall from the door to his side, leaving it slightly ajar for a second before pushing it shut with his hip. The latch clicked in the quiet, a tiny, neat sound that carried all the way to where we sat in my living room. As he shifted his weight, something in his hoodie pocket knocked lightly against the door. The microphone caught a brief clink, like keys or coins nudging wood. He froze for half a breath. Instinct, maybe. Eyes flicking toward the hallway that led deeper into the house. It was the first time he looked less than casual. Even then, it was subtle. A tightening around his shoulders, the tilt of his head. When nothing happened, he relaxed and started walking. Seeing him move through Mark's kitchen felt worse than watching him on the gym footage. At the gym, he had been a shape in a public place, a problem with a simple label: thief. Here, he was inside a space I knew too well. His hand trailed along the edge of the counter as he went, fingertips brushing a stack of mail, the handle of a mug, the corner of a dish towel, like he was picking up the texture of the place through touch alone. Papers shifted under his fingers with a soft rustle. One envelope slid just enough to show a name printed in black ink. Mark's last name, stark and official. On the TV, he paused near the table where Mark usually dumped his keys and wallet when he came home. You could see, in the fuzzy resolution, the little ceramic bowl that held them. The man in the hoodie glanced down, then dipped his hand into it, fishing around. The audio picked up the jangle of metal against ceramic, that intimate household sound, now twisted into something else entirely. Each clink of the keys against one another sounded like a line being crossed. My chest tightened with a sudden, stupid anger. That was not just stuff. That was the sound of a stranger's hand in my friend's life. He lifted the keys, turned them over once in his palm, then set them back down, deliberately. He was not there for those. Not yet. It felt, watching, like he was testing boundaries, seeing what he could touch, what he could move, how it all felt under his skin. He kept going, past the fridge, past the stove, into the shallow notch of the hallway that led toward the living room and the stairs. The kitchen camera caught him until the very last second, his gray hood disappearing around the corner. His shadow slid along the linoleum flooring just before he stepped out of frame. The timestamp in the corner crept forward. Mark swallowed beside me, the sound loud in the quiet of my apartment. It looks different when it's someone else, doesn't it? He said, voice low. Your own house. He was right. I had been in that kitchen 100 times. Beer in hand, complaining about work, stealing leftovers from his fridge, seeing it through the unblinking eye of the camera, with that man moving through it like it was a set he was exploring, shifted something in my brain. It was not just a room anymore. It was a stage, and he was learning his way around it. 3-2. The 10 minutes in the house. Mark switched to the living room camera with a small, decisive tap. The image on my TV juddered, then settled into a new angle. A wide shot from high in the front corner of his living room, looking down over the couch, coffee table, and the short hallway that led past the stairs to the front door. The back of the house, the kitchen, the deck, lay behind the camera now, out of sight. It was the kind of view you do not think about when you are the one living there. Just the background of your life. The sagging gray couch with the permanent divot where Mark always sat. The scuffed coffee table with a couple of coasters and an abandoned remote. A pair of shoes half kicked off near the front door, toes pointing in opposite directions. A dog toy, a busted squeaky bone, lying abandoned off to one side like roadkill. The room was dim. The only light came from a small lamp on an end table and the pale glow bleeding in from the kitchen behind the camera. The TV screen was black and reflective, picking up a faint, warped version of the room. The timestamp in the corner matched the kitchen footage, 1:43:44. For a moment, nothing moved. The room looked like a still photograph. If I had walked in on that frame alone, I would have assumed it was taken some quiet afternoon after Mark left for work. Beside me on the couch, Mark's hands were planted on his knees. His fingers had dug in hard enough that the skin around his nails had gone white. I could see the small crescent moons his nails had pressed into the fabric of his scrubs, the way his shoulders hunched forward as if bracing for impact. Watch, he said, though I already was. From the left edge of the frame, where the short hallway from the kitchen entered the living room, the gray hood appeared. He stepped into the shot like a person walking into their own house. No hurry, no hesitation. Head angled slightly downward, hands at his sides. The hood obscured most of the back of his head. The cap brim cast a shadow over what little of his profile the camera could have caught. He walked along the back of the couch, trailing the furniture like a familiar landmark. His gaze flicked once toward the front door, then past it to the base of the stairs. You could see the top of the first few steps from this angle, the rest disappearing up into the darkness. He stopped at the bottom of the staircase. There was no audio worth anything from this camera, just a faint, constant hiss that could have been the furnace, the street outside, the electronics, or nothing at all. But watching him stand there, still as a statue, I could hear sounds that were not on the recording. The tiny creak of old wood under his feet, the distant muffled tick of the thermostat behind a wall, the soft snore of Mark's dog upstairs, unaware. The man tilted his head, just slightly. It was such a small motion that if you were not looking for it, you might have missed it. A fraction of an inch left, then right, like a dog hearing something in the distance. It gave me the sick impression that he was listening, actively, for signs of life above him, for the shift of weight in a bed, the flush of a toilet, the creak of someone sitting up. The house in the footage offered nothing back. He lifted his foot and set it on the first step. On the screen, the movement was almost too smooth. A series of ghosted frames trailing his leg as the camera struggled to keep up in the low light. In my head, though, the sound of it was as clear as if I were standing in that front hall. The initial faint groan of the step accepting weight, then the whisper of his shoe sole as it settled. He climbed slowly, one foot, then the other. Each step placed carefully, not quite in the center of the tread, more toward the edge, where old wood is less likely to complain. His hand did not touch the railing. He moved without reaching for anything to steady himself, like he had already walked those stairs enough times in his mind to know where each board would give. The living room camera lost him after the fifth step, his hooded head disappearing into the darkness above. For a couple of seconds, all that remained was the empty room. The couch, the TV screen, the abandoned dog toy, and the knowledge that somewhere just beyond the frame, he was still climbing. Mark's throat clicked when he swallowed. I realized I had been holding my breath. He tapped the screen again, switching feeds. The view jumped to the hallway camera. This one was mounted high in the corner of the upstairs landing, pointed down the narrow corridor that led past the bathroom and the guest room toward Mark's bedroom at the far end. The ceiling sloped slightly here, a reminder that the house was older than it looked from the street. The carpet was a worn beige runner, flattened in the middle where people walked and fluffier at the edges. The doors on either side were all closed, dark rectangles against lighter walls. Light from downstairs seeped up through the gaps in the stairwell. It painted the lower half of the hallway in a faint, jaundiced glow, leaving the upper half to drown in shadow. Mark's bedroom door at the end of the hall was the darkest spot of all, a black rectangle with no light seeping out from under it. The timestamp ticked forward. For a heartbeat, the hall was empty. Then, from the bottom edge of the frame, a portion of hoodie appeared. He emerged onto the landing as if he already knew exactly where he was going. No pause to look left or right. No curiosity directed at the bathroom or the guest room or the little linen closet with its warped door. He stepped out of the stairwell shadow, turned, and walked straight toward the camera. Seeing him come toward us like that, even knowing it was just a recording, made my shoulders tense. His hood framed his face, but the angle and the darkness still kept his features from resolving into anything more distinct than pale skin. A line where his mouth might have been. The hollow of eye sockets that might have been looking down or directly into the camera. The pixels never quite decided. He passed underneath the camera without glancing up. For an instant, the top of his hood filled the frame, the seam running down its center like a spine. It was close enough that you could see individual lint balls clinging to the fabric. Something about that detail, the cheapness of the material, the signs of wear, made him feel more real than anything else had so far. Then he moved on, shrinking again as he walked toward the end of the hall. At the far end, Mark's bedroom door waited. From this angle, the door was just a rectangle of deeper darkness in the wall. You could see the outline of the frame, the simple metal doorknob catching a sliver of the borrowed light and turning it into a tiny, dull glint. No other illumination came from inside. Under the door, there was maybe half an inch of shadow gap, no brighter than the carpet around it. Every time I had walked down that hallway in real life, heading for the bathroom, throwing my jacket on the guest bed, looking for a clean towel, that door had just been the door to Mark's room. A private space I did not enter unless invited. Seeing it from this perspective, with the hooded figure closing in on it, turned it into something else. A boundary, a line between safety and whatever came after. He reached it without slowing. No hesitation, no knock, no listening at the wood. He simply stopped in front of it, close enough that the camera could no longer see his face, only the back of his head and shoulders, the rise and fall of his hoodie with each shallow breath. His hand lifted, a pale shape against the darker shape of the door, and closed around the knob. In my apartment, My refrigerator compressor chose that exact second to click off. The sudden absence of its low rumble made the room feel instantly more hollow. The vent above my kitchen doorway sighed once and fell silent. Even the muffled sounds of the building, pipes, neighbors, distant traffic, seemed to recede. It was as if my own apartment were holding its breath with the man on the screen. On the TV, his hand turned the knob slowly. I imagined the feel of that cheap metal in his palm. The way it would have turned with barely any resistance. Because Mark had not seen any need to lock the door to his own bedroom when he went to sleep. I imagined the sound it would have made. A soft, mechanical click as the latch withdrew into the door, the faint scrape of metal on metal. The camera had no microphone up here worth trusting, but my mind filled the gap eagerly. The door opened a few inches, then a few more, the line of darkness between it and the frame widening. A faint line of weaker dark appeared along the carpet where the bottom of the door moved. The interior of Mark's bedroom remained a solid block of black for a moment, then began to resolve as the camera adjusted. The vague shapes of furniture, the dent in the mattress where Mark lay sleeping just out of frame. My own HVAC kicked back on with a low whoomp, making me jump. The spell broke just enough for me to realize my heart was pounding hard enough that I could feel it in my throat. On the TV, the hooded man slipped through the gap he had made, disappearing into the black of Mark's room. The door stayed open behind him, not flung wide, not shut, just ajar. Enough room for him to retreat quickly if he needed to. Enough space for sound to travel either way. For a heartbeat, the hallway outside was empty again, as if nothing had ever happened. Then the timestamp in the corner ticked on, marking each second that passed, while a stranger stood in my best friend's room under my name. 3.3. 20 seconds at the foot of his bed. The last camera feed felt like a line we should not cross, but we crossed it anyway. Mark hesitated before he tapped the bedroom view. His thumb hovered above the screen for a second, then dropped. The image on my TV glitched, went black, then slowly brightened into a new angle. The camera in his bedroom was mounted high in the corner opposite the bed, aimed down at a slight diagonal. It was not some fancy smart system, just a cheap little unit he had installed after a break-in on his street a year earlier. He had joked about being paranoid then. Now the grainy frame it gave us felt like the only witness that had ever been in the room that night, besides him and the man in the hood. The picture was dim, struggling with the low light. His nightstand lamp was off. The only illumination came from the faint spill of glow through the half-open door and the weaker greenish light of his digital alarm clock. It sat on the nightstand nearest the door, its red numbers cutting a small, sharp rectangle into the darkness. 2:03 a.m. Seeing that time sent a little shock through me. It made the whole thing more real than anything else had. This was not around 1 or 2, no vague middle of the night. This was 2:03 in the morning on a Wednesday, frozen forever in cheap pixels. Mark lay on his side in the bed, facing away from the door. The camera caught the back of his head, the messy smear of his hair against the pillow, the rise and fall of the blanket with each slow breath. The duvet's surface caught just enough light to show its folds and creases, the shape of his body a long, still hill beneath it. His shoulder nearest the camera was bare, the edge of his t-shirt twisted up in sleep. He looked small. I had never thought of him that way before. Not when he was cracking jokes in my kitchen, or yelling at the game on TV, or hauling boxes up to my apartment when I moved in. But there, framed in that sickly red bedside glow and the dull gray of the room, he looked like any other sleeping person, vulnerable, unaware, utterly defenseless. The bedroom door, half open, cut a black wedge into the right side of the frame. Beyond it, the hall was just darkness. For a few seconds of footage, nothing moved. I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears as I watched. The real audio from the camera was barely more than a static hiss, but my brain filled the silence anyway. The faint wheeze of his dog snoring in the other room, the whisper of the furnace, the slow drag of Mark's breath in and out. Then a shadow shifted in the doorway. He came in without a sound, at least none the microphone could pick up. One step, then another, and the hooded figure was in the room. Under the bedroom's weak light, some of the details softened. The gray of his hoodie bled into the gray of the walls and the carpet, turning him into a moving patch of shadow. The shadow of his brim cut down low over his face, hiding it even more than the hood did. Dark jeans, dark shoes, the faintest suggestion of his hands buried in the kangaroo pocket of the sweatshirt. He stopped 3 or 4 steps inside the threshold. From the camera's perspective, he was standing off the foot of the bed, just slightly to the side. Close enough that if he had reached out, his fingers could have brushed the mattress. Close enough that, if Mark had rolled over in his sleep, he might have caught the outline of a stranger filling his bedroom doorway before his brain even registered what it was seeing. We watched him just stand there. Those seconds are easy to count when you are in the footage. Time in the real world moves with other distractions. Time on a security video is cleaner. The timestamp in the corner gives every moment a number. 2:03:07:30:08:230. I felt myself counting along without meaning to, silently mouthing each digit as it changed. Every second stretched wider than it had any right to, like the camera was not just capturing light and shadow, but the weight of the pause itself. He held his posture with the kind of stillness that looked practiced, shoulders slightly rounded, like his natural stance carried the memory of keeping his head down. His hands stayed in the front pocket of his hoodie, elbows tucked in. The hood framed his face so that from our angle, there was only the faint V of his jawline and the suggestion of a nose. What caught me more than the way he stood was the angle of his head. It was tipped forward, just a little. Not far enough to call it a bow. Not far enough to say he was looking at the floor. It was the kind of tilt you make when you are listening intently, not to someone speaking, but to something more subtle. A sound in the next room, the cadence of another person's breathing. He watched my friend sleep. I realized with a jolt that in that moment he could hear Mark's breath in a way we never would through the recording. He could measure its depth, its rhythm. He could tell if it hitched. He could see in that thin green glow the way Mark's back rose and fell under the blanket. He knew, as surely as if a doctor had told him, that the man in the bed was deeply unconscious. The timestamp ticked on. 2:03 on 13/203/15. In my own apartment, the fridge motor cut on, a low, rattling hum. It made me want to reach for the remote, mute the noise, as if I owed some kind of silence to the scene unfolding on the television. After what felt like a full minute, though the numbers told me it had only been half that, my own body started to protest the tension. My jaw ached from how hard I was clenching it. My shoulders were up around my ears. I forced myself to breathe out slowly, feeling the sweep of panic and rage chasing each other through my chest. "Keep watching," Mark said. His voice was thin. On the screen, at 2:03:19, the man in the hoodie moved. He did not turn around. He did not step closer. He simply lifted his head. It was a small motion, but it changed everything. His chin came up, hood shifting slightly with the movement, brim catching a little more of the red clock light. The shadow that had swallowed his face thinned just enough for the camera to catch a hint of reflection where his eyes were. For the first time since we started watching, it felt like he was looking directly at us. Obviously, he was not. He was standing in Mark's bedroom months earlier, staring toward the corner where the camera sat, not toward two guys on a couch miles and weeks away. But there was an awareness in that look that made my skin crawl. He held it, just 3 seconds. 2:03:20, 2:03:21, 2:03:22. 3 seconds of eye glint of that pale, indistinct face turned toward the lens. The pixels blurred any real detail. His features never resolved into anything I could have recognized on the street. But the impression of his gaze stuck like a thumbprint on glass. A thought slid into my mind, uninvited. He knows this is being recorded. He knows someone might watch this later. Another followed, colder. He wants there to be proof that he could have done more. Beside me, Mark inhaled sharply. I did not take my eyes off the screen, but I heard him swallow. Heard the scrape of his thumbnail against the side of his mug as he picked it up and set it down again without drinking. On the video, the man looked away as easily as he had looked up. His head tipped back down, the glint in his eyes disappearing beneath the brim of his hat. He shifted his weight back, one foot sliding slightly, the fabric of his jeans wrinkling around his knee. He never took his hands out of his hoodie pocket. Then he turned. He did it slowly, no rush in the movement, no sign of panic at what he had not done. He pivoted toward the door, the curve of his shoulder blocking our view of the bed for a second. The camera caught the side of his face, a cheekbone, the line of a jaw, but still refused to give away anything that would help later. It was like looking at the suggestion of a person instead of a person. He stepped out of the room. Through the widening gap of the open door, we saw the bed again, unchanged. Mark did not stir. His breathing, invisible but implied, did not quicken. The red clock numbers ticked over to 2:03:27, indifferent. The door stayed open behind the man as he walked back into the hall. The hallway camera picked him up again a second later, his shape shrinking as he moved away from the bedroom and back toward the stairs. Mark switched feeds one more time without being asked. We watched him descend, again in those careful, measured steps. In the living room view, he appeared at the bottom of the staircase, hesitated for less than a second, then moved toward the front of the house instead of the back. He drifted out of frame toward the entryway, toward the little table by the door where Mark kept his wallet, toward the coat hooks, the mail slot, the places where small, valuable things lived. We saw glimpses of him, a shoulder passing between the couch and the wall, a hand reaching toward something just off-screen, the brief glint of metal as he inspected, then pocketed items we could not quite make out. His movements had that same unsettling mix of familiarity and restraint, like a guest who had been told to make themselves at home and had decided to take that invitation half a step too far. The footage showed roughly 10 minutes from the moment he stepped into the kitchen to the moment he slipped back out onto the deck. 10 minutes of someone else walking around in my best friend's life, using my name as the key that had opened the door. We watched until the scene ended, him easing the back door open again, stepping outside, closing it with the same quiet care, the deck swallowing his shadow as he left the frame. The timestamp clicked over one final time, 1:53:02, and then the motion stopped. The app's timeline flattened into stillness. I realized my nails were biting into my palms. I made myself unclench my fists. For a while, neither of us said anything. The TV sat frozen on the last frame, the empty deck, the faint spill of the neighbor's porch light painting the railing. The only sounds in my apartment were the fridge, the heater, and a car passing by outside, tires hissing on damp asphalt. Mark broke the silence without looking at me. If he had taken one more step, he said quietly. If he had just changed his mind about what he was there for. He let the sentence hang. I knew exactly what he meant. One more step toward the bed, one hand out of that hoodie pocket, reaching instead of resting, a pillow, a hand on a throat, a weapon we never saw. It would not have taken much, a tiny shift in intention, in whatever crooked calculus was running behind those dull, watchful eyes, and the footage we had just watched would have been evidence in a murder trial instead of something we could still sit and talk about. And the thing that gets me, he added after a moment, his voice even thinner now, is that if he had, the only one who would have seen it coming was that camera. He nodded toward the screen, where the empty deck still glowed. Not the cops, not me, not the neighbors, just that cheap, unblinking lens, watching a man who came to the edge of whatever line he had drawn in his head, and then stepped back. Not because of fear or mercy that we could see, but because, for reasons we might never understand, he had decided that night to leave his worst possibilities unwritten. 4-1, the case number and the waiting. You imagine, when you bring footage like that to the police, that something decisive will happen. Blue lights, raised voices, urgency. Instead, we got fluorescent buzz and bad coffee. The station near my apartment sat on a side street off Main, a low, square building of tan brick and 2 small windows, the kind of place you drive past 100 times without ever really seeing. The parking lot out front was a mix of cruisers and civilian cars, salt-stained and dull from winter. When Mark and I walked in with his phone and a USB drive in his pocket, the automatic doors sighed open like we were stepping into any other bureaucratic office. The first thing that hit me was the smell. Not fear or sweat or gun oil the way TV shows make it look. Just stale. Stale coffee, stale air, the faint tang of copier toner and floor cleaner. There was a burnt edge to it, like someone had microwaved their lunch one too many times in a back room and the ghost of it never left. The front lobby had the same layout as a DMV. Rows of plastic chairs bolted to metal bars, scuffed from years of shoes kicking them. A long counter with thick glass running along the top. Little half-circle cutouts to slide paperwork through. On the wall behind the chairs, a bulletin board sagged under the weight of overlapping flyers. Neighborhood watch notices, lost dog posters, a faded Crime Stoppers sheet with a phone number at the bottom no one ever wants to call. A TV mounted in one corner showed a muted news channel, closed captions stumbling along half a sentence behind the anchor's lips. The fluorescent lights above us hummed at slightly different pitches, creating a soft, dissonant chord if you listened too closely. We checked in at the front window. The woman there wore a uniform shirt and an expression that had been smoothed into neutrality by years of hearing bad stories before noon. She took our names, asked what we were there to report. When we said home intrusion and we have video, her eyebrows twitched upward a fraction. She handed us a clipboard with a form and told us to have a seat. So we sat. The chairs complained under us with a hollow plastic creak. The air felt both too warm and too thin. Somewhere behind the glass partition, a radio chatter crackled, voices spitting codes and street names and phrases that sounded halfway between English and a different language entirely. Every few minutes a phone rang, its shrill tone barely dampened by the walls. Once, a door opened down the hall and a burst of sound leaked out. a fax machine screaming, the overlap of 3 different conversations. The thin, reedy buzz of a police radio turned up too loud before the door closed and the lobby fell back into its strange, muffled limbo. I filled the form out with the cheap ballpoint pen attached to the clipboard by a fraying cord. Name, address, phone number, I gave my work cell, date and time of incident, location, brief description. On that last line, my handwriting went uneven. Cell phone stolen at gym, I wrote it first. Then, after a second, added, thief used phone to pose as me via text, gained entry to friend's house, entered bedroom while friend asleep. Nothing physically harmed, items possibly stolen, video available. The words looked small and inadequate on the page, like I was describing something that had happened on the other side of a screen, not in our actual lives. We waited. An officer eventually came to get us. Mid-40s maybe, with a buzz cut going gray around the edges and lines around his eyes from too many squints at computer monitors and too many hours spent awake when he should have been home. His badge caught the fluorescent light as he held the door open. "I'm Officer Malley," he said. "You're the ones with the video?" We followed him down a short hallway into a room that passed for an interview space. Not an interrogation chamber, no mirrored glass, no bolted down table, just a windowless office with cinder block walls painted a tired off-white. A desk, 2 chairs on our side, 1 on his. A computer terminal with a second monitor angled outward. The air in there smelled like old coffee more strongly than the lobby. A mug with the department logo sat near Malley's elbow, ring of brown staining the inside. He took our forms, read them quickly, then looked up. "Okay," he said, voice even, carry the weight of it all careful. "Let's go through this from the top, one at a time. You," he pointed his pen at me, "start with the gym." So I told it again. The late night routine, the bench, the static in my ears, the empty tray where my phone should have been, the gray hoodie, the denial, the security footage showing his hand closing around my device like it had always belonged there. The panicked calls to the carrier, the ghost notifications, the FaceTime from me. I heard my own voice flatten as I went, sanding off the edges of my fear to fit it into a sequence of facts. It felt like I was reading a report about someone else. Every time I veered toward how it actually felt, the cold in my chest, the way the apartment had seemed to hold its breath with me. I saw Malley's pen pause over his notebook, eyes flick up in that way people do when they are trying to decide if you are dramatizing on purpose. "And you contacted your provider," he said when I finished. "Filed a lost or stolen report?" "Yeah, last night. They said they blacklisted the device, suspended the line. And your passcode was disabled at the time." "Yes," I said, hating the way he jotted that down. "That was on me." He didn't say anything to that, just turned slightly in his chair to face Mark. "Now you," he said, "from when you got the texts." Mark walked him through his side. The messages, the bone-deep exhaustion after a night shift, the familiarity of my phrasing, the decision to leave the back door open and go back to sleep. His voice had lost some of its usual quick rhythm. He spoke slower, picking his way through each event as if stepping over something sharp. When he got to the footage, Malley nodded toward the second monitor. "Let's see it." Mark plugged in the USB drive. The desktop bloomed with folders and shortcuts. He double-clicked on one labeled with that night's date, selected the clips. The first frame of the back deck appeared on the monitor, timestamp and all. For the next 10 minutes, we watched it all again. The door easing open. The man in the hoodie stepping into the kitchen. running his fingers along Mark's countertop, trailing through his life. The careful climb up the stairs, the long, awful pause in the bedroom. On the recording, at 2:03 a.m., the stranger's dim eyes flashed toward the camera. In the tiny reflection on the monitor, I saw my own face flinch at exactly the same time. Mally did not flinch. His jaw set a little tighter, maybe. His eyes narrowed once, but he kept watching, hands folded loosely on the desk, body language a study in contained fatigue. When the footage finished with the intruder slipping back out into the night, he leaned forward and clicked back to the gym clip Mark had also transferred, the one where the same hoodie leaned in and took my phone off the bench. "Same guy," he said quietly. Not a question. "Yeah," I said. My throat felt dry. He sighed through his nose, reached for his mug, took a sip of what had to be cold coffee by now. Then he opened a new window on his computer, began typing. "This is absolutely a crime," he said. "You were burglarized," to Mark. "And you were the victim of a theft and some degree of identity fraud," to me. "You did the right things so far. Carrier, passwords, bringing in the video. We'll generate a case, attach these clips, and see if we can match this guy to any known offenders." "Known offenders," I repeated, hearing the way the phrase filed the man in the hoodie into some already crowded drawer. "Most people don't move like that on their first rodeo," Mally said. "We'll also send this to our digital forensics folks, see if there's anything we can pull. Height estimates, gait, maybe tie him to other incidents. If your phone gets powered on anywhere we can track, sometimes we get a hit that way too." There was a lot of if and sometimes in that sentence. "So what happens now?" Mark asked. "Now I give you a case number," Mally said. "You'll get a copy via email as well. If we get a match or a lead, we'll contact you. If you notice any suspicious charges, accounts opened in your name, anything like that, call this line." He slid a laminated card across the desk with a direct number printed on it. "And keep locking things down the way you've been doing. I know it's a pain." He tore a sheet off a notepad, wrote a string of numbers on it, circled them. "This is your case," he said. "File it somewhere you won't lose it." I stared at the numbers for a second. A neat little sequence that felt like both a promise and a dismissal. Proof that something had happened, entered now into the official story the world tells itself. But also a reminder that, to everyone outside that room, what had happened to us was one line on a list of dozens that day. "Do you believe us?" I asked, before I could stop myself. The question surprised even me. I had not meant to say it out loud. He looked at me like he was deciding how honest he had time to be. "I believe the video," he said. "And I believe you're rattled, which makes sense. This is someone who crossed a line. But I also have to treat it like 100 other cases. Gather what I can, see what sticks, work within what I've got. I can't promise you an arrest." He paused. "I can promise you it's not going straight into a drawer." It was more than I had expected to get, and less than I had wanted. We left with a thin packet of paperwork and that scrap of paper with the case number, the air in the hallway feeling cooler on our faces after the closeness of the office. The lobby looked exactly the same as when we had come in. Bored receptionist, flickering TV, bulletin board of bad news. A man in an orange hunting jacket sat hunched in one of the plastic chairs, staring at nothing. Someone's radio crackled from behind the glass. Static, a street name, a unit number answering. Outside, the light had shifted. The sky was still gray, but brighter now, as if the world had inched a little bit closer to noon. Life did not care that we now lived in a world with a case number attached to it. Days went by. I went to work. I sat in my cubicle under the buzz of office lights, answering emails, processing claims. My coworkers crowded the break room microwave at lunch, complaining about the weather, traffic, minor annoyances. "How's the gym thing?" one of them asked one afternoon, half interested, half leaning into the thrill of knowing someone who had something interesting happen. "Still waiting to hear back," I said. "The cops have the footage." "Man, that's crazy," he said, opening the fridge. The motor there had the same low, constant buzz as mine at home. "You changing gyms?" "Maybe," I said, though I had not set foot in one since that night. Back at my desk, the everyday sounds of the office took on a new edge. The fluorescent tubes overhead flickered almost imperceptibly, their ballasts chirping in a frequency just shy of audible. The printers and copiers down the hall clanked and whirred, feeding out pages with blank efficiency. The security camera bubble in the corner of the ceiling, one I had never really paid attention to before, now felt like an eye, staring. Every notification ping on my computer made my shoulders jerk. Every time my work phone vibrated, a small pulse against the fake wood surface of my desk, I half expected to see my own name on the caller ID again. In the break room, the refrigerator's hum and the soda machine's low compressor noise blended into the same dull background I had always ignored. Now, it all sounded like machinery designed to watch, to record, to keep track. At home, the soundscape had changed too, but not in any objective way. The tisk-tusk of my baseboard heater cycling on. The building's water pipes knocking once when someone upstairs turned on a tap. The faint, distant rush of cars on I-70, like a static roar at the edge of hearing. Nothing in my environment was different, but everything felt like part of a system I did not control. A network of unblinking sensors that somehow had still managed to miss the thing that mattered most. We had video of him in my gym. We had video of him in Mark's house. We had a case number, a file, a promise. What we did not have, not yet, was anything that looked like an answer. 4.2, replaying my own footage. Going back to the gym in daylight felt like walking onto the set of a show I had only ever watched at midnight. The parking lot was full this time. Minivans, pickup trucks, compact cars wedged in at bad angles. The dirty snow piles along the curb were streaked with tire tracks and boot prints instead of just sitting there, untouched. The sky was still that flat, colorless winter gray, but the place was undeniably awake. Inside, the noise hit me first. Music actually had volume during the day. Pop songs I half recognized poured out of the ceiling speakers, bass thudding enough to buzz faintly in the metal vents. Treadmills and ellipticals were all occupied, their belts whining in overlapping rhythms. People talked over the noise, little fragments of conversation, a laugh here, someone grunting through a set there. Weights clanked and dropped, rubber mats thudded, water bottle caps snapped open and shut. It was the same building, the same layout, but the empty, hollow feeling of my late-night slot was gone, replaced by the chaotic, sweaty churn of people trying to get their hour in before work or between errands. The manager met me at the front desk. I had only ever seen her from a distance before, briefly, when she walked the floor or traded shifts with the night guy. In daylight, she looked exactly like someone who spent too much of her life under these lights. Athletic build, hair pulled back into a tight ponytail, logo polo shirt, a lanyard full of keys, and a badge that said Tina, General Manager. "You're the one with the phone thing, right?" she said as I walked up. "We emailed with the police about it." "That's me," I said. They asked if I could get a copy of the footage directly too, just to have. And I kinda wanted to see the full thing from your side. Her mouth did that little twist people make when they are trying to be sympathetic and efficient at the same time. "Yeah, sure. No problem," she said. "Come on back." She swiped her key card at a door behind the front desk that I had always seen but never gone through. It beeped and unlocked with a solid chunk. On the other side was a short hallway with storage rooms on either side and an office at the end. The air back there was warmer, thicker, full of the smell of cheap coffee and printer ink rather than sweat and disinfectant. Her office was small and crowded. A desk, a filing cabinet, a wall of cubbies filled with membership forms and lost and found items. A rack of branded t-shirts hung in one corner, tags still flapping. On the desk, a computer monitor glowed with the gym's management software, and above it, a second screen showed a grid of live security feeds. Seeing myself in those feeds before anything even happened made my skin crawl a little. "Here we go," Tina said, dropping into her chair and waking the mouse. She clicked into the camera system, pulled up a calendar, and navigated to the night in question. "Wait area, right?" "Yeah," I said. "Around 11:30-ish to midnight." She dragged a timeline back, watched the tiny thumbnails flicker. Rows of black and white squares replayed an empty gym in fast motion. Treadmills starting and stopping, people ghosting in and out. Then she paused and rewound slightly. "There," she said. "Let's start at your arrival." She maximized one of the frames. It was the front entrance angle. The camera looked down from the corner near the ceiling, catching the two glass doors, the front desk, the line of turnstiles. Day or night, the area looked the same on screen. Flat, high contrast, everything a little too crisp. I watched myself walk in, grainy, slightly hunched under the weight of my gym bag, winter jacket zipped up to my chin. I could tell it was me by the way I paused just inside the door to dig my key tag out of my pocket, like I always did. The kid at the desk barely glanced up on the footage, just like in real life. I slid my tag across the scanner. The camera had no microphone pointed at the door, but I could hear the little beep anyway, the way it always sounded in that echoing lobby. What I had not seen that night, what I could only see now from this angle, was what happened next. The door swung open behind me again before I had even cleared the turnstile. Another figure slipped in on the heels of my entrance. Gray hoodie up, black cap low, hands in his pockets. He walked close enough that if I had stepped back, I would have bumped into him. He did not scan a tag. He did not slow down at the front desk. He moved in the gap of my body, using me as cover, and passed right by the scanner and the kid without breaking his stride. The turnstile arm wobbled once as he nudged it with his hip at just the right moment, sliding through like it was the most natural thing in the world. "He tailgated you," Tina said, frowning slightly. "We tell people not to do that." I stared at the tiny version of him in the frame, the way his head tilted just enough to make it look like he was watching the room as he moved. On camera, he did not look nervous. He did not look like he was sneaking. He looked like someone walking into a place he frequented, scanning familiar territory. "Have you seen him before?" I asked. My voice sounded smaller than I meant. She zoomed in as far as the pixelation would allow. The image broke into big, blocky squares around his face, the brim and hood swallowing any features that might have mattered. "Not that I remember," she said, "but I don't work nights much." The overnight staff said they didn't recognize him either. Could be a day pass guy from earlier in the day. Could be someone who's been in and out a few times. People think they can just slip through if they time it right. On the screen, the tiny me walked off toward the locker rooms. The gray hoodie drifted in the opposite direction, toward the machines. head turning slightly as he went. He walked like he had nowhere specific to be. That was the part that got under my skin. There was no hurry in his steps, no ping-ponging between equipment like someone excited to try everything. He moved with a slow, measured pace that said he was not there to work out. He was there to look. Tina jumped to the camera over the free weight area. Now the angle showed the rows of benches and racks, the door to the locker rooms in the background, the cardio machines beyond. I watched myself reappear, dropping my bag near my usual bench, setting my phone on the tray like I always did. The gray hoodie floated in the periphery, never too close, never too far, weaving between machines like he was sketching mental lines on a floor plan. The more I watched, the more I realized how practiced it looked. He would pause near a machine as if considering a set, then adjust his path just enough that he passed behind someone's blind spot. He would linger near a cable station while someone adjusted their weight pin, his eyes not on the stack, but on whatever personal belongings they had tossed aside. Keys, a towel, a phone. From up here, it looked less like casual loitering and more like someone running a route they had thought about before. "This doesn't feel like the first time he's done this," I said quietly. Tina shrugged one shoulder, eyes still on the footage. "Hard to say. We see locker thefts sometimes, stuff taken from cars in the lot. But on the floor? Not as much. People don't usually have the nerve." She said it like she was talking about weather patterns, not a man who had borrowed my life for a night. We let the clip roll. There I was again, lying back on the bench, bar in my hands, chest rising and falling. My phone sat inches from my head, a small, bright rectangle in the high-angle shot. A few frames earlier, I could see myself pick it up, tap it, set it back down. Then nothing changed for a while. The gray hoodie drifted around the edges of the frame, occasionally disappearing off-screen, always reappearing from just the right direction to suggest he had a path, even if we could not see it. "Here it comes," I said. I did not know why I said it. I had already watched this specific part once before, on the monitor at the front desk the night it happened. But this time, with the other camera angles and the weight of everything that had happened since, the scene felt different. He felt different. On the monitor, the tiny me pressed the bar up again and again. At the bottom of the frame, the rep rhythm matched the little flash of muscles in my arms. At the top of the frame, the phone sat quiet. Then he came in from the far left. He walked along the row of machines like he was headed somewhere else. His shoulders did not angle toward my bench at first. They stayed straight, his hands still buried in his hoodie pocket. It was only in the last few steps that he altered his course, just a few degrees, lining himself up behind and slightly to the side of where I lay. Even in low resolution, I could see myself, oblivious. Tina leaned forward, resting her elbow on the desk, chin on her hand. The moment his hand left his pocket, the speakers on the computer emitted a tiny, high-pitched hiss. It was probably nothing. Some interference in the cable, a glitch in the audio track, something in the software straining under the resolution change. It sounded like a breath worth of static, a thin SSSK that cut through the music leaking in from the gym outside the office. It made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. He looked left, right. A slow, exaggerated sweep, like a child checking for parents before stealing from a cookie jar. At that angle, we could not see his eyes, but the tilt of his head was enough. His hand dipped down, fingers closing around the bright rectangle on the bench tray. The static in the computer speakers crackled again, barely audible, as if the system was protesting the small, decisive motion. He lifted the phone, turned it once in his palm, checking maybe, making sure he had the right prize, then slid it into the front pocket of his hoodie. On the bench, my body kept moving. My arms pushed the bar up, lowered it, pushed it up again. I watched my own chest rise with effort, watched the muscles in my neck strain. From the outside, there was no visible flinch, no sign that in my own reality, my ears had just filled with broken noise and my music had cut out. On the footage, that moment looked like nothing at all. Just a man lifting weights and another man adjusting his hoodie. "You gotta be careful where you leave your stuff, man," Tina said, not unkindly. The words slid under my skin anyway. "I know," I said. I was right there. I figured no one would be that bold." She shrugged. "People surprise you. We tell everyone, lockers, lock your locker. On the floor, keep your valuables on you. Cameras help, but they don't stop things. They just show us what we missed." I watched the grainy version of myself sit up, reach back, pat the empty tray. On screen, you could see the confusion in my body language even if you could not see my face clearly. The way my hand paused, then patted again, then hovered in midair. The way my head turned, a fraction too fast, scanning. The way my shoulders tightened. It was sickening, watching my own panic creep in from outside myself. The clip played on. It showed the confrontation at a distance. Me walking up to the gray hoodie, shoulders squared but hesitant. The brief exchange of words we could not hear. From here, it looked like nothing more than two guys talking in a gym. No one else in the frame reacted. No one turned to look. Then he left. We watched him drift toward the back of the room, then out of the free weight area entirely. Another camera picked him up near the front, moving past the desk, through the doors, into the parking lot. He never broke into a run. He did not look back. He walked out of the gym like someone who had finished their workout and was already thinking about the next thing on their list. The door shut behind him. The timestamp ticked forward. The gym returned to its usual quiet choreography. Tina hit pause. The static in the computer speakers died with the frame, leaving a thin, electric silence in the little office. I stared at my own frozen image on the monitor, mouth half open, arm extended toward the spot where my phone had been, caught in the exact moment before denial turned into understanding. Replaying the footage had not given me any new answers. It had not revealed a license plate or a face clear enough for a wanted poster, or a miraculous clue that would suddenly make everything make sense. What it had given me, in brutal, unblinking detail, was proof of something I already knew. From the moment he stepped in behind me without scanning, to the second he walked out with my phone in his pocket, the man in the gray hoodie had been in control. The cameras had seen him, the staff had not, and I had only realized what he had taken when he was already gone. 4, 3. The night I thought I saw him outside. The weeks after the police station blurred together, but one thing stayed sharp: his shape. Whenever my brain had a spare second, it filled it with the outline of that gray hoodie and black cap. In the shower, I would catch myself staring at the rippled reflection in the chrome fixtures, half expecting the hooded silhouette to resolve behind me. At work, my eyes would drift to the office window, and for just a heartbeat, I would imagine him on the sidewalk below, head tilted up, watching. Sleep turned into something I bargained with rather than something I fell into. I would stay up too late scrolling on my work phone, pretending to read the news, and instead rereading the same 3 emails from the detective assigned to our case. No updates. Still reviewing footage. Still waiting. When I finally lay down, my thoughts did not quiet. They replayed the same scenes. My bench, the tray, his hand closing around my phone, Mark's bedroom, the 20 seconds at the foot of the bed, the glint in the man's eyes when he looked at the camera, as if he knew. Every little sound in my apartment felt like a prompt for my imagination to fill in the rest. The fridge motor kicking off became the silence before a floorboard creaked. The pipes knocking in the wall became knuckles on a door. The elevator's cable whine out in the hallway turned into footsteps stopping right outside my unit. One night in late February, I stayed later at the office than I meant to. It was not anything dramatic, just a backlog of claims and a boss who thanked me for being a team player as he put on his coat at 5 and left me under the buzzing lights. By the time I finally shut my computer down and stepped outside, the sky had gone from gray to black, and the parking lot lamps in front of the building were halos in a sea of darkness. The drive home felt longer than usual. The traffic on I-70 was lighter that late, but the trucks that remained sounded bigger, their engines a deeper growl as they passed. My wipers smeared the residue of an earlier flurry across the windshield, catching each overhead light in streaks. When I pulled into my apartment complex, most of the resident cars were already in their spots. The building loomed against the sky, windows lit in random patterns. A TV flicker here, a kitchen light there, the occasional rectangle of soft bedroom glow. A couple of empty spaces gaped near my side entrance, as if someone had recently left or had not yet come home. I parked, killed the engine, and sat there for a second in the dark, listening to the gentle tick of the cooling metal. Outside, the lot was quiet. No one smoking by the stairwell, no kids on bikes. Just the steady hiss of the distant highway and the faint clink of someone locking their car 2 rows over. My breath fogged the inside of the windshield again, just like the night at the gym. I wiped a clear patch with my sleeve, grabbed my bag, and stepped out. The walkway up to my building had motion sensor lights mounted along the side. As I moved past each one, it blinked awake with a soft click, flooding the concrete with harsh white for a moment before settling. My shadow jumped from one angle to another, stretching long, then snapping short. The main side door opened with its usual heavy drag and thump. Inside, the air was warmer and smelled like the building always did at that hour. Old carpet, someone's reheated food, drier sheets bleeding through the laundry room door. The hallway beyond was a long, straight tube of beige walls and low ceiling, lined with identical doors and buzzing tube lights. At the far end, near the stairwell, the overhead fixture was half dead. It flickered every now and then, turning the last few feet of hallway into a stuttering gray-blue strobe. My shoes made that dull, muffled sound sneakers make on worn carpet. A TV somewhere to my left was playing a game show. Crowd noise and canned laughter seeped under the door every time the contestant shouted. From another unit down the line came the clatter of dishes being stacked in a sink, the faint scrape of chair legs on faux wood. Halfway to my apartment, I passed the vending machine tucked into its little alcove by the laundry room. Its compressor gave out a low, throaty hum. The light inside it made the cans and bottles glow artificially bright, labels like eye-level billboards. It always made me think of being a kid, staring at machines in hospital hallways. That same buzzing, that same sense of being watched by inanimate things. I dug for my keys as I walked, the metal edges biting familiar shapes into my fingers. I was maybe 10 steps from my door when I heard it. Footsteps. Not mine, not above me. Behind me at the far end of the hall, near the stairwell. They were slow, steady, the kind of pace you keep when you are not in a hurry and not trying to be quiet, just moving through a space you feel entitled to occupy. Rubber soles on concrete for the first few strikes, then the softer, duller impact of rubber on carpet, as whoever it was cleared the stairs and stepped onto my floor. I stopped walking. For a heartbeat, the only sounds were my own breathing and the hum of the vending machine behind me. The TV noise behind the nearest door filled the silence with a distant cheer. The footsteps continued. Thud. 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 Even unhurried, growing a little clearer as they approached. Not rushing toward me, but not turning away either. Just coming down the hallway I was standing in. I turned my head to look, my hand tightening around the keys until the metal dug into my palm. The far end of the hall was empty. The stairwell door was closed. The flickering light above it sputtered once, then held. The stretch of hallway between me and that door, all stained carpet and beige walls, showed nothing but the usual. A fire extinguisher in its glass case, a framed print of some generic landscape, the laundry room door with its handwritten "out of order" sign taped crookedly in the middle. But I had heard the steps. I knew I had. I stood there for a second longer, forcing my eyes to stay on that empty section of corridor, as if sheer willpower would make whatever had been there reappear. The building hummed around me, vents sighing, someone's microwave beeping in another unit, water rushing briefly through pipes as a toilet flushed somewhere. No footsteps now, no movement. Just the thin, steady tick-tick from the small dome camera mounted on the ceiling, right above the intersection of my hall and the side corridor. I had noticed it before in the general way you notice any camera, just enough to know where it was so you could avoid making faces directly at it. Tonight, it felt suddenly, painfully prominent. Its little motor clicked softly as it rotated a few degrees, sweeping its field of view from one end of the hallway to the other. Watching. I turned back to my door, heart beating too fast for how little had actually happened. My keys felt clumsy in my hand. The lock resisted for a moment before yielding with its usual soft chunk. I stepped inside, closed the door, locked both deadbolt and chain, then stood with my back pressed to it, listening. Nothing followed. No footsteps outside my unit. No knock. The hallway air returned to its constant, low background noise. I told myself after a few minutes that I was being jumpy. That sound travels strangely in old buildings. That someone on the floor above could have been walking across their living room, and my tired brain had pulled the noise down into my hallway. But the part of me that had watched the man in the hoodie slip into Mark's house using my name did not buy that completely. A couple of days later, under the excuse of following up on my stolen phone report, I asked the building manager if there was any way to get a copy of the hallway footage. He was a thick-shouldered guy in his 50s, with a permanent frown and a bunch of keys that jangled whenever he moved. When I mentioned the police report number, he softened just enough to put me on the right side of his suspicion. Yeah, we can pull some for you," he said, punching numbers into the aging DVR system in the cramped office off the lobby. "What night you talking about?" We narrowed it down. The night I thought I heard footsteps. A Thursday, just after 10. He scrubbed through that block of time, and sure enough, the hallway looked exactly as I had seen it. Empty, me walking to my door, pausing, looking down the hall like an idiot, then going inside. No one following, no hoodies, no mysterious figures at the end of the corridor. "See?" he said. "Nothing there. Sound bounces weird in these places. You're probably hearing upstairs." I nodded, embarrassed and oddly disappointed. My fear, recorded from the outside, looked unreasonable. Just a guy spooked by his own building. "What about earlier?" I asked, before my good sense could stop me. Like the weeks before my phone got taken. You said the system records over itself after a month, right? He frowned. Depends on the camera. Some of these are older. But yeah, we keep a few weeks at least. Could we check the week before my phone got stolen? I pressed. Just in case he was ever in the building or something. The police said he might have followed me home from the gym. That last part was a stretch, but attaching it to the phrase, "the police said," made the manager's shoulders drop a fraction. He grunted, sighed, and scrolled back in the archive. We watched days flip by and fast forward, the hallway lighting brightening and dimming with the sun, tenants going in and out like sped-up insects. A delivery guy's red jacket streaked past in a blur. A kid chased a ball down the carpet one afternoon, his body elongated by the speed of the playback. "Stop there," I said, when I saw my own shape appear. It was a Tuesday from nearly 2 weeks before the gym incident. The timestamp read 10:56 p.m. The footage showed me walking down the hall alone, keys in hand, much like the night I thought I heard those phantom footsteps. I watched myself unlock my door, go inside, the door closing. Then I glanced past my own door, toward the far end of the hall. "Go back a bit more," I said, "before I come in." He dragged the timeline back 30 seconds and hit play. The hallway was empty until it wasn't. The flickering light near the stairwell glowed just enough to carve the last few feet of corridor into a shallow pool of illumination. Just beyond that, where the shadow began and the paint on the walls fell off into vague gray, a shape stood. Hood up, shoulders slouched, hands in the front pocket of a sweatshirt that looked, even in bad camera quality, to be the wrong shade of gray to be anyone else I knew in the building. He was standing perfectly still. The hood shadowed his face completely. His cap brim cut a horizontal line across where his eyes should have been, turning that part of his head into a solid strip of darkness. His feet were planted shoulder-width apart, toeing the edge of the light, but not quite stepping into it. He faced one direction, down the hall, toward my door. The timestamp said 10:55:12 p.m. He stayed there, unmoving, for 15 full seconds. The only motion in the frame was the slight flicker of the overhead fixture above him and a faint adjustment in his weight. The kind of micro-shift you make when you have been standing in one spot for too long. At 10:55:27, I appeared at the far end of the hall on the opposite side of the camera's view, walking in from the stairwell closer to the lobby. The man in the hoodie did not move as I came into the frame. He did not step forward to meet me. He just faded back. 1 second he was standing there at the edge of the light. The next, the flicker of the bulb coincided with a slight glitch in the footage, and in that tiny gap, he was gone. No clear step, no visible retreat. Just empty carpet and beige walls. A few seconds later, the recording showed me walking down that same strip of hallway, oblivious. The building manager grunted. "Probably just some guy in a hoodie," he said. "Could be visiting someone. Hard to tell from this." But I could feel the same cold, sinking sensation I had felt in the gym when I first saw his hand on the footage. It was not a random guy in a hoodie. It was the exact same stance, the same way of holding his shoulders, the same lean at the edge of light that I had watched on 3 other cameras now. The gym, Mark's kitchen, Mark's bedroom. He had been in my building before my phone ever went missing. He had stood at the end of my hallway, just outside the circle of light, facing my door, as if he was timing something, counting my steps, learning my schedule, deciding. I had told myself more than once that I was just an unlucky mark in a random crime. Watching that hooded shape on the hallway camera standing still in the dimness while my earlier self walked toward the lens, I understood something else. I had not been random at all. 5.1 When the police start asking the wrong questions. When the detective finally called me back, I thought, stupidly, that it was good news. His number popped up on my work phone just after 3, when the afternoon slump had turned the office into a slow-motion aquarium of tired people and humming machines. I stepped out of my cubicle so fast my chair rolled back and bumped the partition behind me. "Hey, this is him," I said, already half out the door to the stairwell. "Mr. Harris, this is Detective Sloan," a new voice said. Not Mally this time. Deeper, rougher. "We'd like you to come down to the station again when you get a chance. Talk through a couple of updates, get some clarifications." The word updates lit up like a flare in my brain. "Is this about the guy from the video?" I asked. "Did you find something?" "We'll go over everything when you get here," he said. "Today would be best, if you can swing it." He did not sound excited. He did not sound like a man who had finally gotten the hook into something slippery and dangerous. He sounded like he was bracing for paperwork. "I can be there in 20, I said. The drive to the station felt shorter this time, like muscle memory had etched the route into me. The air outside had warmed just enough that the snow piles had shrunk into dingy lumps. The same tan brick building sat at the end of the same cracked lot. A couple of cruisers parked nose in near the entrance. Light bars dark. Inside, everything looked exactly the way it had. Same bulletin board with curling flyers. Same tired woman at the front desk. Same television in the corner. This time showing a weather report with Whitehall in big letters along the bottom and a radar graphic spinning slowly. "Weather's finally breaking," Sloan said when I met him. It sounded like a script, a line you say because you are supposed to say something. He was taller than Mally, with close-cut brown hair and a mustache that seemed half an inch behind the rest of him. His tie was crooked, his shirt sleeves rolled up to his elbows. He gestured me back the same hallway, but instead of Mally's small office, he led me to a different room. This one might once have been a conference space. Table, more chairs, a whiteboard with the ghosts of old diagrams still faintly visible. The overhead lights were brighter here, the air conditioning vent in the ceiling humming with a steady, faintly rattling vibration. The door shut with a solid thunk that I felt in my chest. Sloan sat across from me, a yellow legal pad in front of him, a plastic pen in his hand. There was a digital recorder on the table, its little red light off, its presence somehow louder than if it had been on. "So," I said, trying not to sound eager. "Did you ID him? The guy in the hoodie?" "We're still working on that," he said. "We've got your footage, your buddy's footage, and the gym footage attached to your original incident. That's all in the system." He tapped the pad with his pen. "Talk, talk, talk. But there are a couple of things I want to run by you. Clarify timelines. See if anything jogs your memory." "Okay," I said. "Sure." He flipped a couple of pages back, scanning whatever notes he had already written, then looked up at me with that cop expression. Interested, but measured. "Walk me through the week before your phone was taken," he said. "Not just the day of. Places you went, people you saw. You said you worked near Broad and Hamilton, right?" I nodded. "Yeah, office job, insurance. I pretty much go from there to home and to the gym. Sometimes grab food on the way." "Any bars?" he asked. "Friends' houses? Places you might have met someone new?" The wording made something in my chest tighten. "I'm not really a bar guy," I said. "I went over to Mark's place once to watch a game. That was it. We've already told you that." He made a non-committal noise, pen hovering. "Any arguments with anyone? That you remember?" Online, in person. Neighbors, co-workers. No, I said, a little too fast. I mean, nothing serious? Why? Anybody you know who might have a reason to be pissed at you? He pressed, tone still mild. Exes, maybe. People you owe money to. I let out a breath and leaned back in my chair. The plastic creaked. I work in claims, I said. I'm the person people get mad at when their paperwork's wrong, but no one's hunting me down over a denied bumper repair. And my ex moved to Chicago a year ago. I doubt she'd drive back just to steal my phone and scare my best friend in the middle of the night. He looked at me for a second, as if weighing whether I was being glib. You have to admit, he said finally, pen still ticking gently against the pad. It's a strange pattern for just one stolen phone. I felt my brain snag on that. What pattern? I asked. He flipped to a clean page and drew a short line down the middle, dividing it into 2 columns. Let's start with yours, he said, writing as he spoke. Phone taken at gym. Thief uses your text history to impersonate you. Gains entry to your friend's house. Moves around inside for roughly 10 minutes, including standing in your friend's bedroom while he sleeps. We've got that on video. He tapped the left column. Now, let's talk about what's happened since. He slid his pen over to the right-hand side and started listing dates. 3 days after your incident, he said, we get a report from a woman in Whitehall. Says she got a string of texts from a number saved in her phone as Dan Jim, asking for a ride home from a bar. Says he was drunk, did not want to pay for an Uber. Texts escalate into asking for her address again, claiming he forgot which street it was. She ignores them. Couple hours later, someone tries her back door. Her dog goes nuts. Whoever it is takes off. No video this time. But the number matches your old cell. My stomach went cold. I opened my mouth, closed it. I don't know anyone in Whitehall, I said. I don't go out there. That what you told Officer Malley, Sloan said. Now we've got another one. This time, a guy on the east side. Gets texts from Dan, work. Same number. Friendly at first. Chatty the way old co-workers get. End of the night, texts about swinging by if he's still up. Guy says no, shuts his phone off. Next day, he realizes the number was your old line when we call him. He hasn't talked to you in over a year. He watched my face while he spoke. Every time he said your, it felt like a small shove. Then, he continued. Last week, we get a call about a break-in attempt over in Whitehall again. Different address, single mom. Says she got a text from a guy she met at a fitness center a few months back. Thought he was cute, flirty, gave him her number. Message says he's in the area, asks if she's up, suggests he could stop by for a drink. She doesn't answer. An hour later, someone tries to open her side door. Spooks her, she calls us. Patrol unit sees someone matching your hoodie guy's description walking 3 blocks over. They lose him. The air vent above us rattled as it kicked into a higher setting, the hum deepening. It filled the silence between his sentences, like white noise in a therapist's office. You seeing what I'm seeing? He asked. I'm seeing that he's using my contacts, I said, the words sharp with a bitterness I had been holding back. Which is exactly what I told you he could do. I told you the night it happened that he had access to everybody in my phone. Friends, co-workers, random gym people. That's literally what I've been terrified of. Sure, Sloan said. But here's the part that makes my captain cranky. He flipped the pad around so it was facing me across the table. The people he's reaching out to, he said, they all tie back to you. He's not just picking random numbers from your call log or trolling your social media. He's going for people who know you, or at least know of you. People who would open the door if they thought you were on the other side. That's the point, I said. That's why this is a nightmare. He doesn't have to be some genius hacker. All he has to do is scroll through the same conversations you or I would and use my name like a password. He was quiet for a second, pen resting flat on the page. "Where were you?" he asked, voice a little softer. "The night of that first Whitehall incident? The one with the back door and the dog?" "I was at home," I said. "I can probably dig up my work VPN logs or something if you want. I definitely wasn't in Whitehall trying to break into some stranger's house." "And the night of the second one?" he asked. "The guy on the east side?" "At home," I repeated. "That or Mark's. I don't remember exactly. You can pull my location info from my carrier if you didn't already. Or I don't know. Ask Mark." He nodded once. "We're working on all of that. Standard stuff." The way he said standard made it feel anything but. "Look," I said, trying to keep my voice level. "I get that it seems weird. I do. But I'm the one who went to you. I'm the one who gave you the footage. I'm the one who turned over every bit of my digital life and said, 'Here, this is how he's doing it.' Why would I do that if you think I'm somehow involved?" His eyes didn't harden exactly, but they did flatten. "People insert themselves into their own cases all the time," he said. "Sometimes because they're scared. Sometimes because they like the attention. Sometimes because they're closer to whatever's happening than they want to admit. My job is to figure out which bucket you're in." The pen started tapping again. "Tock! Tock! Tock!" The sound dug in under the steady drone of the air conditioner. In the hallway outside, footsteps passed. Heavier boots, the occasional squeak on linoleum, a door opening and closing somewhere down the line. "I'm not in any bucket," I said, quieter now. "I'm just in it. It's happening to me." He wrote something down that I could not see. "You changed all your passwords," he said. "You've been careful since, that's good. But we still have incidents happening with your name attached to them, with your number spoofed at least some of the time. That puts a certain shadow over things." "So what exactly?" I asked. "You think I loaned my phone to some guy so he could do test runs on my friends?" "No one's saying that," he replied, which was the same thing as saying someone had said that. The room felt smaller. The fluorescent light overhead buzzed at a slightly higher pitch, like something straining. The air vent rattled again, a loose screw ticking like a metronome. Somewhere down the hall, a phone rang, sharp and insistent, then cut off mid-second ring. "You're not under arrest, Mr. Harris," he said, as if he were doing me a favor. "You're not even technically a suspect at this point, but we have to look at the pattern. From the outside, it looks like someone with access to your circle is picking targets who are just enough degrees removed from you that, if he gets caught, it'd muddy the waters. That's the kind of thing we see with more organized offenders." He did not say with people who practice. He did not have to. I thought of the hallway footage in my building, the gray hood at the edge of the light, standing still, facing my door, days before the gym. I thought of Mark's bedroom, the 20 seconds at the foot of his bed, his breathing steady, the intruder's head tipped like he was listening. He had been practicing, just not for anything I had signed up for. "Then maybe," I said slowly, "instead of trying to figure out how I'm secretly a criminal mastermind, you should figure out how someone who likes wearing me as a costume keeps finding more doors to test." Sloane's jaw tightened for half a heartbeat. Then he smiled, barely. "Trust me," he said. We're working both angles. Both angles. Victim and maybe not just victim. Witness and maybe unreliable. It was a strange kind of whiplash, sitting there under the humming lights, listening to the pen beat its little rhythm against the table, while the detective's questions shifted from "What happened to you?" to "What have you maybe done?" I had walked into the station hopeful for a break in the case. I walked out feeling heavier, a little hollowed out, with a new understanding buzzing under my skin like static. The more he used my name out there, the less sure anyone was going to be about who I actually was. 5.2. The other conversations he had as me. After the meeting with Detective Sloan, I went home with a new kind of dread. It was not just fear of what the man in the hoodie might do next. It was fear of what he had already done, quietly, invisibly, while I was busy changing passwords and staring at case numbers. The detective's list of incidents tied to your number rattled around in my head on loop. If there were ones I did not know about, how many more were hanging there in other people's phones like unexploded shells? That night, I did something I had been putting off. I sat at my kitchen table, put my work phone down on the wood, screen up, and opened my contacts. The surface of the table was worn smooth in the spot where my elbows always rested. The phone's vibration traveled through it, a faint, insect-like buzz whenever a notification came in. I pulled a legal pad toward me, stolen from the office supply cabinet, lines faintly blue, cardboard backing bent, and clicked a pen. The soft snap of the plastic sounded too loud in my quiet apartment. Then I started calling. "Hey," I said over and over. "Weird question. Did you get any strange texts from my old number the last month or so? Anything that felt off?" The first dozen people said no. Parents, a couple of close cousins, my boss, my immediate team. They sounded confused, then concerned, then slightly annoyed to be dragged into whatever nightmare I was describing. I could hear the TV in the background of some calls, kids shouting in others, the rustle of someone pulling their phone away from their ear to scroll through old threads while I waited. "No, just the usual," my mom said. "You sent me that picture of the snow, then nothing." "Dude, last time you texted me was about fantasy football," a coworker laughed. "And you still owe me $10. I scratched their names onto the pad and drew small, anxious circles next to them. No weird texts. It should have been a relief. It just meant the net was more selective than I wanted to admit. The first yes came from a number I almost skipped, Evan, college friend, now living in Cincinnati. We talked maybe twice a year, mostly about games, old memories, and which of our classmates had gotten married or divorced. He was far enough from my day-to-day life that I almost let his name slide past, my thumb hovering over the call button before finally dropping. He picked up on the second ring. "Yo," he said. In the background, I heard the muffled roar of a game on TV, commentators shouting over a crowd. "Hey man," I said. "Random question. Have you gotten any texts from me lately? Like in the last few weeks?" Pause. The game noise dipped as if he'd turned the volume down. "You're talking about the what's your new address thing, right?" he said slowly. My stomach dipped. "Yeah," I said, even though I had not known about it until that second. "That one." "Dude, I thought you were just drunk or something," he said. "It was like what, around midnight 2 Fridays ago? You texted me out of nowhere, saying you'd lost your contacts and needed my full address again. You were asking about my work hours too. I figured you were planning some stupid surprise or trying to send something without telling me." He snorted softly. "You wrote, 'Remind me,' What time do you usually get off shift now? With like 3 question marks. That felt like you. I gripped the pen a little too tight. What did you do? I asked. Nothing, he said. I was already in bed. I started typing it out, then I was like, wait, he never visits? Why is he asking for my whole schedule? It just, hit wrong. I left you on red, thought maybe you'd explain later. The words, left you on red, lodged in my throat. Can you send me screenshots? I managed. He did. A second later, my work phone buzzed on the table, a sharp dring that made my shoulders jump, and the images popped up. The text bubbles were in my format. No capital letters, casual spacing, the way I tended to talk when I did not feel like being formal. Hey man, remind me, what's your full address again? Lost it when I switched my phone? I think you still at the hospital? What time you usually get off now? Late? As I read, another notification dinged. The vibration of the phone against the wood sounded like distant footsteps through a wall. I scribbled on the pad. Evan, new address, work hours, did not answer. Then I moved down the list. My friend Claire, former coworker, now at a different firm, did not pick up, but she called back 5 minutes later while I was leaving a voicemail for someone else. The overlap made the phone buzz in a confused rhythm against the table. 2 calls colliding, the little haptic motors vying for attention in my palm. Hey, sorry, she said. I was walking the dog. What's up? I asked the question again. You mean the Netflix thing? She said immediately. I felt my skin go cold. What Netflix thing? I asked. You DM'd me on Instagram, she said. Or I thought you did. A couple weeks back. Middle of the day. Said your account got locked and you needed someone to log in and screenshot the help page because you couldn't see it. Then you pivoted to asking if I could send you the code when Netflix texted it. Her tone made it clear now how insane it sounded. At first I was like, sure, whatever, she continued. Because we've shared passwords before, remember? Back when you gave me your login for that one sports thing, it felt like you know? Casual, kinda self-deprecating about messing up your password. She paused. I could hear the jingle of a leash, the jostle of wind against her phone microphone. But then it got pushy, she said. You, or whoever, started double texting. Did you get the code yet? It should have sent by now. Can you just send me a screenshot? That's when I checked the profile again. The handle was yours, but the display name had an extra underscore. I realized it was one of those fake accounts. I blocked it. My handwriting on the pad grew jagged as I wrote, Claire, fake IG, reset code, Netflix, realized in time. By the time I reached Michael, a guy from my current office who worked a different shift, my hand ached from clenching the pen. The table was littered with little torn-off Post-it strips where I had distilled each story down to a phrase and stuck it in a loose pattern. Address, schedule, doors, codes. Michael did not bother pretending he had not noticed. I was going to talk to you about that, he said. Thought it was weird in the moment, then I forgot. You texted me asking what my rota looked like next month, which nights I was closing, who else would be on with me. At first I thought you were trying to switch shifts. Then you asked, anybody else live alone on those nights? That's when I stopped replying. I swallowed. Did you save them? I asked. He sighed. Yeah. Hold on. Another buzz on the table. Another series of screenshots. Hey man, you still doing closes on Tuesdays? Who's usually on with you? LOL, I'm trying not to get stuck in the office late anymore. You know how it is. Who lives farthest? Who usually has the building to themselves afterward? The words landed like physical blows. My thumbs, my cadence, my lowells and lowercase habit, twisted just enough to serve a different purpose. I wrote, Michael, shift info, who lives alone, stopped answering. The pattern was obvious even in my messy notes. He was not just blasting everyone in my contacts with the same scam. He was calibrating, testing, trying different angles on different people, seeing what worked. For old friends, he played nostalgia. For co-workers, he used logistics. For acquaintances, he may have leaned on flirty lines or favors. The version of me he sent out flexed, expanded, shrank depending on who he was talking to. The phone kept dinging. Even when I was not on a call, messages rolled in, people texting back after missed calls, forwarding old threads they had forgotten about, sending me screenshots with apologetic captions. Sorry, I thought this was you at the time, I just ignored it. It felt off, didn't want to bug you if it was nothing. Every notification made the phone skitter microscopically on the table, its smooth case sliding and settling, sliding and settling. The vibration traveled through the wood into my elbows, into the bones of my forearms, until it felt like my whole skeleton was buzzing. I started assigning times to each incident, scribbling them in the margins. Friday night, almost midnight. Weekday afternoon, lunch hour. Evening, after work. Just before dawn, in one case, a text to a woman I barely knew, asking if she was awake, if she ever got lonely this late. I added her story to the list, too. She had sent a single screenshot. My name at the top of the thread, my number under it, and words that made me feel like someone else had worn my tongue. You up? Could use some company? I remember you said you don't like being alone at night. Her reply had been one word. Who is this? He had not responded. I heard the scratch of my pen on paper like it was happening in another room. There was a rhythm to it now. Call, ding, buzz, scribble, flip the page. Each time I flipped, the paper made a dry, papery whoop that snapped in the quiet. I started underlining certain phrases, arrows connecting back door and schedule and who's home. He was mapping my life from the inside out. Not just where I went and who I saw, but who trusted me. Who would leave a door unlocked if I asked? Who would tell me when they were alone in their house? Who would send a verification code without thinking because Dan always helps me with tech stuff. It was like watching someone sculpt a copy of me out of text bubbles and half-remembered jokes. He was feeling along the edges of my personality, pressing here, pressing there, looking for soft spots. At some point, I realized my table looked like a crime board from a TV show. Names in one column, relationships in another. Short descriptions, old friend, heavy sleeper, lives alone, co-worker, lives with roommates, gym acquaintance, flirty. Lines in pen connecting them to the words he had used, the traps he had set. The phone buzzed one last time, a long, low rumble that made my coffee mug's handle tremble against the wood with a faint ceramic tick. It was a message from Mark. He sent no screenshots, just a line of text. If he's doing all this, what exactly is he practicing for? The sounds of my apartment swelled around me. The fridge humming, the heater sighing on, pipes knocking once in the wall. But they felt further away now, like the audio had been turned down on my own life. I stared at the notes, the arrows, the mess of my own name repeated over and over in other people's fonts. And the thought I had been trying not to articulate finally slipped all the way in. He was not just stealing my phone. He was building a better version of me, one that did not need my body at all to walk into places I had never been. and see what doors opened when he knocked. 5.3. My face. On someone else's body. The email from the detective looked at first glance like every other polite non-update I had gotten from them. Subject line: follow-up image review. Body: a couple of lines about ongoing investigations, appreciation for my cooperation, and a request that I come in at your earliest convenience to look at a still frame from a separate incident which may be relevant to your case. I stared at it on my laptop, the blue light turning my hands the same unhealthy shade as always, and felt something inside me settle into a familiar mix of dread and obligation. I forwarded it to my work phone, slid the device into my pocket, and drove to the station. The building had not changed. Same tan brick, same cracked asphalt lot, same glass doors that sighed when they opened. The lobby still smelled like burnt coffee and old carpet. The TV in the corner was tuned to the same news channel, now covering some city council thing no one in the room was really listening to. Detective Sloan met me with a tight nod and a tired afternoon. He looked worse than the last time. Deeper shadows under his eyes, stubble creeping in along his jaw. His tie was gone, shirt sleeves rolled higher. The kind of look you get when the day has already been longer than it should be. "We'll be quick," he said. "I just need your eyes on something." He led me down a different corridor this time, past a pair of offices with their doors open, cops hunched over computers, phones ringing, the background chorus of printers and radios. We turned into a small room with a single long table, a couple of chairs, and a computer against one wall. The hum of the HVAC vent overhead was a low, constant drone, like the building itself was taking a long breath and not letting it out. On the table sat a manila folder. He flipped it open, slid a glossy color printout halfway toward me, then stopped, keeping his fingers on the edge. "Before you look," he said, tapping the photo with one finger. "This is from a case over in Whitehall. Attempted break-in. Same general MO as some of the others. No one got hurt, but the homeowner got a decent look at the guy through a window and gave a description." He paused, studied my face. "They said," he continued, and I'm quoting here, "he kind of looked like my friend Dan from work, if Dan had been wearing a hoodie." He didn't move his hand. My mouth felt dry. I could hear the subtle tick-tick of his fingernail against the photo's edge. "Can I see it?" I asked. He slid the print the rest of the way. It was a still pulled from some home camera, maybe a porch camera, maybe a doorbell, maybe a floodlight with a recording function. The resolution was just good enough to be cruel. No soft, forgiving blur. Hard lines. Harsh shadows. The frame showed a patch of yard and the side of a small house at night. Snow clung to the ground in patchy, uneven lumps. The camera angle was from above, catching the narrow strip between the house and a wooden fence. A motion sensor light had kicked on just before the shot, flooding the scene with pale, almost blue-tinged illumination. In the center of that light, mid-step, was a figure. Gray hoodie up, black cap brim jutting out, dark jeans, hands again buried in the front pocket, shoulders slightly rounded, like whoever it was had been walking with their head down and had just noticed the light. The face was half turned away. The brim and hood threw most of it into shadow. The visible part, cheekbone, jaw, the hint of a nose, could have belonged to almost anyone in a certain age range. But the body, the way he held his weight, the length of his stride, the slight inward turn of his feet. I had seen all those things before, in mirrors, in store windows, in the reflection off the gym's front door when I came in too fast, and almost walked into myself. For a second, my brain did the easiest thing it could. It told me I was looking at a picture of me. Everything in me recoiled from that. I felt my fingers curl against the table's edge, nails scraping against the laminate. The AC vent's hum seemed to deepen, crowding out every other sound. "It's not you," Sloan said, reading my face. "We're pretty sure about that already. Wrong part of town compared to your phone records. Wrong window of time compared to your work logs. But you see why the homeowner thought what they thought." I did. If you had seen me from a distance in a parking lot, gray hoodie, black cap, hands in my pockets, shoulders slouched because I was tired and cold, and then 2 nights later watched that same silhouette in your yard, it would be easy to connect the dots. Easy to say to the officer taking your statement, "He kind of looked like my friend Dan." "Does he look familiar?" Sloan asked. I almost laughed. "Yes," I said quietly. "He looks like me." He watched me for a long second, then let the faintest ghost of a smile crease his face. I meant, "Do you recognize his face?" he said. "But I get the point." I stared at the photo again, forcing myself to detach from the first visceral hit. I looked at the background, at the house, at the fence. I tried to see if any detail of him was new. A logo on the hoodie? Nothing visible. A scar? The image was not clear enough. A ring on his finger when his hand swung slightly out of the pocket? No. Just that same distilled outline of a person I had been chasing in pixels for months. "The homeowner said he got spooked by the light and backed off," Sloan said. "Didn't come all the way up to the door, but he did get up close to a side window. That's when they saw him from inside, through the glass." He flipped through the folder, pulled out a report, scanned it. "They said he stood there for a bit," he murmured, reading. "Looking in, didn't knock, didn't try the handle, just listened." My stomach clenched. "Listen to what?" I asked. "To them," he said. "To the TV, to the house, hard to tell. They were in the living room. Said they muted the show when they noticed the shadow. That's when they heard him say something." The room felt suddenly too small. "What did he say?" I asked. Sloan's eyes went flat again, that cop neutral. "You want their exact words?" he asked. I nodded. He read from the report. The homeowner reports hearing, and I quote, "a man's voice right outside the glass, kind of low and muffled, saying, 'It's just me, open up,' in a tone that sounded exactly like my friend Dan from work." The vent above us droned on. Underneath it, I became aware of the small sounds I had not been registering. The soft tick of the wall clock over the door, the faint squeak of someone's chair in an adjacent room, the muted squelch of a radio down the hall. "It sounded like you," Sloan said, looking up from the page. "That's not nothing." I felt something prickly crawl up the back of my neck. "How is that even possible?" I asked, though part of me already knew the answer. He shrugged, lips pressing into a thin line. "You ever send voice messages?" he asked. "Use voice memos? Voicemails saved on your phone?" I thought of all the times I had held down the little microphone icon in text threads instead of typing. Rambling updates to friends while I drove. Dumb jokes. Instructions for meeting up somewhere. I thought of the voicemail greeting I had recorded years ago and never changed. My own voice cheerfully telling people to leave a message. "Yeah," I said slowly. "Plenty." He nodded once. "If he's as comfortable with tech as he seems to be," he said, "it's not hard to pull audio off a phone and run it through things. In the simplest case, he could just be holding your device up and playing old voicemails near a door. Or he could have clipped together phrases to make it say exactly what he wants. Or he's been practicing my voice like a party trick. I finished. Sloan didn't argue. In another incident, he said, flipping to a different page, someone with a smart camera inside their house pulled audio for us. We're still having it enhanced. But the initial impression from the tech guys? He paused. They said if they didn't know what they were listening to, they'd think it was you speaking, asking to be let in, asking someone to just crack it open. I forgot my keys. I sat back. The chair's plastic frame creaked under me. The table pressed a hard line into my forearms. My heart thudded in my chest so loudly that for a second, it drowned out the building's hum. I imagined it, not from my side of things, but from theirs. You are in your house at night, half watching TV, half scrolling your phone. You hear a noise at the door, or see a shadow in the side window. Your heart jumps, but then you hear my voice, the same inflection you've heard on calls, the same rhythm, the same throwaway phrases. It's just me. Open up. I forgot my keys. Can you crack it open real quick? I'm outside. You don't have to worry. Even if some part of your brain whispers that something is wrong, that the timing is off, that the situation does not make sense, the sound reaches deeper than logic. It pulls on a reflex braided through years of recognizing people by sound before sight. You move toward the door. You touch the handle. You check the lock twice instead of once. Sitting in that fluorescent-lit room, staring at a still image where a stranger wore my posture like clothing, listening to a detective tell me that my voice, chopped up, replayed, reconstructed, or mimicked, had become part of someone else's fear. I felt something crack along a fault line I had not known was there. Up until then, it had been about what he took: my phone, my data, my time, my sleep. Now it was about who he was borrowing. Somewhere out there, I heard myself say, the words tasting like metal in my mouth. People I have never met are afraid of my name and my voice. Because of him. 6.1. New locks. Old sounds. The first thing I did after seeing that still photo and hearing about my voice coming out of someone else's speakers was go home and make my apartment look like it belonged to a paranoid person. I did it in small, reasonable steps, so I could still pretend it was just being cautious. New deadbolt on the front door. Then a second one, higher up, the kind you usually see on old people's apartments. A metal bar for the sliding balcony door I barely used, wedged into the track so it could not be forced. A little wedge-shaped doorstop with a built-in alarm that squealed if the door was pushed from the outside. I went to the hardware store for one thing and came back with an armful. An extra chain lock, a roll of draft-blocking foam for the gaps around the frame, a packet of battery-powered window alarms. The clerk rang it all up without comment. If anything, he looked bored. These were just items to him. To me, they were the only things I could buy between myself and the version of my name that was learning how to knock. The cameras came next. Nothing fancy. 2 little black plastic eyes I ordered from a website that promised home security in 3 easy steps. One for the main room, perched high in the corner where it could see the front door, the couch, the kitchen entrance. Another for the short hall that led to the bedroom and bathroom. They came with their own app, chirpy setup instructions, and tiny adhesive mounts that stuck to the wall like stickers. I put one up, stepped back, opened the app, watched my own living room appear on my phone screen with a half-second delay. There I was, a slightly hunched guy in a hoodie, adjusting a camera. I forced a laugh and muttered, "Great, another angle of me not sleeping." Once everything was in place, The apartment looked mostly the same. From the couch, the locks were just extra bits of metal on the door. The bar and the balcony track blended into the shadows at night. The cameras were small enough that they vanished into the corners unless you knew to look. None of it turned the place into a bunker. What changed was the way it sounded. Before all of this, my apartment had always had a kind of background hum that I barely registered. The fridge compressor cycling on, the whoosh of the HVAC, the faint, constant whisper of traffic from I-70 bleeding through the sealed windows. Those sounds were just noise. They filled the gaps between work and sleep, between TV episodes and scrolling. Now, every noise had weight. The fridge would kick on in the kitchen with its usual low, rattling brrr, and I would pause whatever I was doing, counting the seconds until it clicked off again. The heater would start with a deep, hollow whoomp from the closet, air whispering through the vents in the ceiling. When it stopped, the sudden absence of that rushing sound made my ears ring. Pipes in the walls complained when someone upstairs turned on a shower. Dull, percussive thunks like distant knocks traveling through the building's bones. My upstairs neighbor's TV bled down as a muffled murmur of voices, laughter, and canned applause. Sometimes a bass line would seep through, a thudding pulse that made the light fixtures vibrate just enough to tick. The floor itself had its own vocabulary. There was one board near the kitchen that creaked with a slow, rising naik when I stepped on it at a certain angle. The corner by the bathroom made a softer, surprised sound, like a held breath being released. The spot just inside the front door had a tiny, high-pitched squeak I had never noticed before, like a mouse trapped in wood. None of this was new. What was new was me. I found myself mapping these sounds without meaning to. Sitting at my table with a bowl of microwaved food, I would hear the heat cut off and think, there it is. 9:17 p.m., second cycle of the night. Lying in bed, I would hear the fridge motor die down and know it meant the compressor had done its 30-minute run. The building's nighttime symphony turned into a pattern I could almost draw. And because I knew it so well, anything outside that pattern hit like an alarm. A thump in the hallway that did not line up with the usual neighbor routine. A door closing 2 apartments over at an unfamiliar time. A car door out in the parking lot after midnight, its slam sending a dull shockwave through the wall behind my headboard. I tried at first to drown it all out. TV on in the background, volume up. Podcasts, music playing from my laptop. A fan app that generated fake rain and fake wind. Layer sound on sound until the real ones blended into the fake. But Sloane's words, smart cameras, audio clips, my voice at someone else's door, made that feel like a trap of its own. If anything did happen, if he ever came to my building instead of Mark's or some stranger's, I would not hear it under all that white noise. So I did the opposite. One night, I turned everything off. TV black, laptop closed, phone face down on the table, notifications silenced. The only light came from the microwave clock in the kitchen and the dim lamp by the couch. The silence that followed was not real silence, not the absence of sound, but it felt close enough to make my chest feel hollow. In that manufactured quiet, the apartment's real voice came forward. The faint, irregular click of the tiny hallway camera's motor as it panned slowly, scanning the same useless stretch of air over and over, the soft whir from its twin in the corner of the living room doing the same. The tiny buzz from the outlet where my phone charger was plugged in, electricity humming behind plastic. I sat on the couch and tried to breathe normally. In, out. No soundtrack, no artificial comfort. Minutes stretched. The fridge kicked on. I almost jumped. Its low rumble filled the room like a truck passing by inches from the window. When it cut out again, the gap it left felt like a dropped sentence. Then, in that pocket of quiet, I heard my phone. A short, familiar bzzzt against the wood of the table. Not loud, but distinct. The exact length and pitch my brain recognized as a text arriving. The vibration traveled through the table into the floor, into the legs of the couch, into my body. My heart stuttered. I turned my head slowly. The phone sat where I had left it, face down, screen dark. No glow, no new notification banner, nothing. I picked it up anyway. Checked the lock screen. No missed calls, no texts, no alerts from the cameras. The last thing on it was an email from my bank from an hour earlier, already read. I put it back down. A few minutes later, it happened again. Bzzzt. Same length, same tone, same tiny buzz crawling up through the table into my hand where it rested on the wood. Same dark screen when I turned to look. Same nothing. The third time I got up and unplugged the charger, turned the phone all the way off, watched the screen go black, the logo disappear, the internal life of the device go still. Sat down again. In the next lull between fridge and heater, between upstairs neighbor clearing their throat through the floor and someone closing a cabinet down the hall, the phantom vibration came back. It was not as strong this time, more imagined than felt, but it was there. A ghost sensation in my palm, in the tabletop, in the air. My nerves had learned the shape of that sound so well over the years that my brain was now producing it on its own, filling in silence with expectation. I thought of the gym. Late at night, when the place had emptied out and the employees had turned the music down to a murmur to justify staying open. The building had its own ecosystem of noises. The hum of the AC, the distant hum of treadmills, the occasional clank of a plate someone had left wrong on a rack. I had known that soundscape so well that the static in my headphones had instantly told me my phone was not where I thought it was. Now my apartment was doing the same thing. It had become less of a space and more of a system, a tight loop of mechanical breaths and clicks and groans that, when uninterrupted, meant everything was normal. The fridge's cycles, the HVAC's on-off rhythm, the occasional whine of the elevator in the hall, the camera's faint ticks, the neighbor's TV laugh track rising and falling through drywall, any new sound, a creak in a floorboard I did not recognize, a door closing at an odd hour, a phantom buzz from a phone that was not ringing, stood out like someone speaking in a quiet church. The part that unsettled me most was not that I was aware of it. It was that, slowly, this awareness started to feel less like me listening to the house, and more like the house listening to me. Each time my footsteps crossed the same boards, each time my keys rattled in the lock, each time I sat down and the couch springs complained, those sounds folded into the pattern. The building learned me back. The gym had never been haunted by ghosts. It was haunted by habits. Mine, his, everyone's. Patterns only visible when something broke them. My apartment now felt the same. An ecosystem of old sounds I knew too well, waiting for one wrong noise to tell me I was not alone. 2 texts I did not send, in real time. The night it all lined up in real time did not start any differently than the others. I was at my kitchen table, laptop open, the glow of my inbox washing everything in that sickly, familiar blue. The only other light in the apartment was the lamp by the couch, throwing a soft yellow circle onto the rug. Outside, the winter darkness pressed against the windows, making them feel less like glass and more like black mirrors. The apartment had settled into its usual nighttime rhythm. The fridge in the kitchen hummed through another cycle, a low mechanical breath under everything. The HVAC unit in the hall closet had just kicked off, leaving a faint ringing in my ears in the sudden lack of white noise. Upstairs, my neighbor's TV leaked down as a murmur of dialogue, voices rising, laugh track responding, then falling away again. My own fingers added to the soundscape, the soft, irregular clack of keys as I batted back work emails I had been avoiding all day, the faint scrape of my chair when I shifted my weight, the occasional tap of a mug on the table as I set it down. I almost missed the first ding. It was small, just a delicate ping under the laptop fan and the fridge motor, like a spoon gently hitting the side of a glass. My new phone, sitting to the right of the computer, lit up with a brief, bright rectangle of white. I glanced at it, more out of habit than concern. The subject line at the top of the notification bar was the kind I had seen 100 times and always hated. We noticed a sign-in to your account from a new device. The email preview listed the service, then a location I did not recognize. A city 2 counties over, time-stamped with the current time, not 10 minutes ago, not an hour. Now. For a second, my brain did what it always does with these things. Spam, I thought. Phishing, some fake security email trying to get me to click. Then I noticed the sender address. It was real. The same one my password reset emails came from. The same boilerplate language, the same formatting, the kind of message that 6 months ago would have annoyed me. Now, it made my stomach hollow out. The fridge motor cut off right then, like the apartment itself had leaned in to listen. The resulting quiet made the tiny sounds of my reaction stand out. The soft chef of my sleeve against the table as I pulled the phone closer. The almost inaudible squeak of my chair legs on the floor as I scooted in. My breathing, suddenly too loud in my own ears. I opened the email. It was straightforward. A successful sign-in to my account from a new device. IP address listed. Approximate location. If this wasn't you, click here. If it was, ignore this email. I had not signed into anything new. My fingers hovered over the screen for a second. Then I locked the phone, swiveled my laptop, and opened the same email there, where I trusted myself not to fat finger some link in a panic. The keys rattled under my hands, faster now, the rhythm losing its earlier laziness. I pulled up my carrier's website next. The login screen took forever to load, spinning icon turning over and over while my reflection stared back faintly from the glass. Somewhere behind me, the hallway camera ticked as it adjusted its angle by a fraction of a degree, its motor's tiny click barely audible. When the carrier page finally appeared, a banner was already waiting at the top in a cheerful, oblivious font. You have a pending request to activate a SIM on a new device. A pulsing dot next to it said, "In progress." The timestamp under it matched the email. It matched the clock in the corner of my screen. It matched the time on my microwave when I craned my neck to check, the green digits glowing smugly. 10:14 p.m. He was not just using my number now. He was trying to bring it back to life. My chair scraped loudly across the floor as I stood up, the legs dragging a harsh, stuttering sound out of the cheap laminate. It cut through the apartment like feedback. The hallway camera motor ticked again. The fridge, silent now, offered nothing to mask it. "That's not me," I said out loud, to no one, as if the building needed the clarification. I clicked into the banner on the carrier page, fingers moving too quickly, slipping on the trackpad. The page that loaded showed my line, my old device ID, and a new blank entry. Device unknown, activation pending. There was a button, cancel request. I moved the cursor toward it. Before I could click, my phone buzzed against the table. It was not the phantom vibration this time. It was the full, aggressive rumble of an incoming call, the phone jittering slightly on the wood, its hard case making little tick-tick-tick sounds as it bounced. The name on the screen made my skin go cold in a different way. Lena. She was an old friend I had fallen out of touch with for months at a time, and then reconnected with like no time had passed. We traded memes and long, oversharing voice notes at weird hours. She almost never called. When she did, it was for something real. I answered so fast I hit the speaker by accident. "Hey," I said. My voice came out too sharp. "Are you okay?" she asked immediately. Her voice filled the apartment, tinny and loud, echoing slightly off the kitchen cabinets. Somewhere upstairs, the neighbor's TV laughed at something. The overlap sounded wrong. Yeah, I said. "Why?" "Because," she said, breath coming a little faster than normal. "You just texted me asking if I could leave my front door unlocked, and then you double texted asking if I was alone. So no, I'm not okay. I'm freaked out." A new sound layered itself under her words. The gentle ding of another notification hitting my phone. The work email I had ignored earlier chimed again in a different tone. The sounds stacked on top of each other, an ugly little chord. "I didn't text you," I said. "That's not me." "You literally used my nickname," she snapped, and referenced that story about my old landlord. Who else would know that? My fingers were already sliding across the screen, pulling down the notifications, opening our thread. The conversation sat there, glowing. "It's me. Hey, random favor. Can you leave your front door unlocked tonight? I'm passing through your side of town super late. Don't want to wake you under it. Time stamped just a minute earlier. You alone?" The text bubbles looked like they always did when I wrote to her. Lowercase, casual. The kind of pacing you use when you are trying not to sound rushed, but you are. I typed back with both thumbs, the keyboard clicking frantically. "That's not me. Do not open the door. Lock everything. Call." I did not even finish the sentence. Another banner slid down over the top of the screen, accompanied by a tiny, bright pip from somewhere inside the phone's guts. Message sent from another device. The line under it repeated my last outgoing fake message, the one I had just watched in horror scroll up the screen. "Can you just leave it unlocked? I'll be super quiet." My stomach lurched. For a split second, I felt like I was falling while still sitting down. "Lena," I said, forcing my voice back into the room. "Listen to me, that is not me. My old phone was stolen, remember? The one I told you about a while back? That guy is using it. He's using my texts, my voice notes, everything. Do not do anything he asks. Are your doors locked right now?" On her end, I heard movement. The dull thud of feet on carpet. The faint rattle of a chain being checked, a deadbolt being touched. The microwave in her place beeped once, far away from the phone, like it had been forgotten mid-countdown. "They're locked," she said. "They're all locked. I'm in the kitchen. I can see the back door from here. The porch light just came on." My own chair screeched as I pushed away from the table. The sound of it skidding across the floor was too loud, too raw. The hallway camera's tick, tick, tick followed it, like the little motor was trying to keep up with my panic. My heart hammered in my chest hard enough that I could feel it in my throat, a heavy, uneven pressure. It made the room feel slightly out of sync, like the light from the laptop and the lamp were flickering in some rhythm I could not quite see. On my laptop screen, The carrier page refreshed itself automatically. The status next to the mysterious device changed from in progress to active. A small green dot appeared next to it, like an eye opening. My phone buzzed again. A third noise, shorter, like a cough. New login to your account confirmed messages may sync between devices. The words blurred for a second. I blinked hard, forcing them back into focus. "Lena," I said again, clutching the phone so tight it creaked. "Go to a room with no windows. Call 911. Put me on speaker if you have to. Just don't go near the door. Don't look outside. Don't answer anything that sounds like me." From her end, I heard footsteps speed up, the scrape of a chair being pulled sharply away from a table, the slap of her hand against a wall as she felt for a light switch. "Too late," she whispered. "He's already knocking." The pattern with Mark had taken hours to reconstruct after the fact, pieced together from texts and footage and gaps in memory. This time, I was standing inside the pattern as it drew itself around us, in the middle of a room that suddenly felt too quiet. Listening to someone with my message history and my voice try the same trick on another door, while my own devices chimed their confirmations like they were on his side. 6. 3. Hearing him in my own hallway. Lena's voice stayed in my ear long after the words stopped making sense. "He's already knocking." That sentence lodged in my head and just sat there, replaying, even as everything else turned into noise. I had her on speaker, my own voice layered over hers, telling her to move away from the door, find a room without windows, call 911. Somewhere on her end, I heard motion, a chair scraping, the thud of her steps on the floor, the brittle rattle of locks being checked with shaking fingers. At some point she said, "They're on the line," and another voice joined, calm and too far away. The operator asked her to stay put, asked about her address, her symptoms, her fear, all in that professional, neutral tone that only made things feel more unreal. I hovered between calls and apps, between my carrier's page and my messaging screen, trying to be in 3 places at once. At my kitchen table, in Lena's house, inside the stupid back-end systems that had let him wake my old number back up. The whole time, my apartment kept making its little noises. The fridge in the kitchen hummed like it always did, a cheap appliance doing its best. The HVAC cycled on again, air shoving through vents with a low rush, filling the ceiling with a soft, mechanical breath. The neighbor upstairs had switched from TV to something with bass. A dull thud came through the floor every few seconds, like a slow heartbeat 2 rooms away. Lena's voice got smaller, not because she was quieter, but because my awareness was splitting. Half my mind was stuck on her porch light snapping on. The other half had curled back into itself, suddenly convinced that if he was bold enough to revive my SIM and ping my friends in real time, the distance between her house and my hallway was thinner than I wanted to believe. After the police promised to send a car, after I had said, "Call me back as soon as they get there," after the line dropped and left my phone screen blank and cold, the apartment felt wrong. Too bright in some corners, too dark in others. The lamp by the couch cast a warm circle on the rug, but beyond that circle, the walls felt far away, like the room had stretched while I was not looking. I opened the camera app on my phone with hands that did not feel like mine. The live feed from the living room camera popped up first, a grainy, slightly distorted view of me, sitting at the table hunched over my laptop, phone pressed to my ear. A half-second delay turned it into a loop. Move, echo, move, echo. The timestamp in the corner rolled forward in real time. I dragged the screen over to the hallway cam. The angle was tight, just the short stub of hallway from my bedroom door to the front door, the beige walls squeezed in, the cheap carpet a long, tired strip between them. From this vantage point, the front door looked swollen and too close, the deadbolts and chain gleaming tiny metallic highlights at the edge of the frame. Nothing moved, no shadows under the door, no flicker of someone passing by, just the empty picture of my own threshold. I watched it for a solid 30 seconds anyway, holding my breath without meaning to. The apartment's usual soundtrack played on. The fridge droned, the heater blew. Water rushed faintly in the pipes when someone upstairs flushed. The building made its small, indifferent music, like it always did. I set the phone down on the table without closing the app. Hallway view still open, and stood up. The chair screeched on the laminate with that same harsh, dragged sound. It felt too loud, disrespectful in a space I had just made painfully quiet earlier that week. I winced at my own noise and moved toward the door. 3 steps away from it, the world snapped. It did not get darker, it did not shake. Nothing so dramatic. Everything just stopped. The fridge in the kitchen cut off mid-sentence. Motor silenced in a way that felt like someone had pressed a finger to its lips. The HVAC's steady rush of air stuttered and died, leaving a vacuum where white noise had been. Upstairs, the neighbor's bass line cut off mid-thump. Even the faint TV murmur through the wall next to me vanished, like someone had yanked the cord from the outlet. It was as if the entire building had decided, in the same breath, to hold that breath. The silence that fell then was not normal silence. It had a shape. It had edges. I have never been in a recording studio, but I imagined this was what it might feel like. Every soft, comforting background sound sucked out, leaving nothing but the raw, naked track of whatever came next. In that 1 second, 2 second mechanical hush, I heard him. Footsteps, right outside my door. They were not the heavy heel strikes of someone running, or the furtive scrapes of someone trying to sneak. They were slow, deliberate. The kind of pace you use when you know exactly where you are going and you are not worried about being seen. The first was a muted thud just beyond the threshold, where the concrete stairwell landing gave way to carpet. Then, as whoever it was stepped fully onto the hallway runner, the sound changed. A dull, compressed woof as the old fibers compressed and sighed under rubber soles. My building's carpet had a particular sound underfoot, one I knew from listening to my own steps and my neighbors' routines. This was that sound, but magnified, with the fridge and the heater and the pipes all taking that one suspended breath. There was nothing to dilute it. One step, then another, then a third, each one closer, each one landing with the same even weight. No shuffle, no hesitation, just the quiet confidence of somebody walking a route they had rehearsed in their head. On the other side of the wood, those steps stopped. There is a very specific sound a person makes when they halt in front of a door, even if they do not touch it. It is not the slam of a foot or the knock of knuckles. It is that tiny, almost inaudible adjustment of weight when they settle. The carpet compresses a fraction, stays compressed instead of bouncing back. The boards underneath creak differently under a stationary load than a moving one. All of that came through to me in that held breath of a moment. I stood there barefoot on my side of the door, palm hovering 6 inches from the knob, and pictured the outline on the other side. Hood up, hands in that damn front pocket, shoulders slouched, head tipped forward, listening. The peephole was level with my eyes. A small glass circle in the center of the wood, dull in the hallway cam feed. a little black dot from where I stood. I did not look through it. Every part of my body told me that was the worst possible thing I could do. To put my face up against the 1 inch of glass that separated my nose from whoever was breathing on the other side. Instead, I held my breath too. The apartment had become a lung with all the air sucked out of it. The building felt like it was waiting to see which of us would move first. Somewhere in the kitchen, the light on the microwave glowed an indifferent 10:29. In the corner of the living room, the small camera motor ticked softly as it reached the end of its arc and started back the other way. It sounded half a hallway away and also right next to my ear. For 1, maybe 2 seconds, nothing happened. No knock, no voice, no new step. Just me, the door, and the pressure of someone else's presence pressed against the other side of it like a hand over a mouth. Then everything snapped back on at once. The fridge motor kicked into life with a low growl, like it had been interrupted mid-sentence and started again right where it left off. The heater fan whirred up from silence to full speed in a heartbeat, hot air shoving through the vents with renewed force. The TV upstairs came back half a word into a commercial, the canned laughter rejoining mid-cackle. Pipes clicked and sighed as the building's circulation resumed. The hallway suddenly sounded empty again. So empty my ears rang with the absence of those footsteps. The vacuum they left behind felt more real than the sound itself. On the table behind me, the phone vibrated. Not a text ping, not the echo of a phantom alert. A full, deep buzz, the kind that meant voicemail. The screen lit the corner of the room in a brief flash. My body reacted before my brain did. I took a step back from the door like I had been shoved. My heel squeaked on the laminate. My hand, which had been hovering near the knob, dropped to my side. I turned and crossed the room in 3 long strides, each one too loud in the returning noise of the apartment. The cameras ticked somewhere above. The laptop fan whirred. The fridge droned. Everything normal, everything busy, like that little pocket of suspended time had never happened. The phone lay on the table, screen glowing. 1 missed call, unknown number, new voicemail. The call log said it had come in less than a minute ago. No ring, I remembered. No chime. Just a straight shot to the end result. The voicemail icon pulsed at the top of the screen like a small, insistent heartbeat. I did not press play. Instead, I picked the phone up and held it in my hand, thumb resting just below the notification, feeling the faint warmth of the device against my skin. The new hallway camera feed, still open in the background, showed the front door from the other side. Solid, unmoving, blind to whatever had just stood inches away. I backed up until my shoulders touched the wood. The contact of it along my spine was solid and cold, the chain lock a small metal bump pressing between my shoulder blades. I slid down a little until I was half sitting, half leaning, knees bent, phone clutched in both hands in my lap. On the other side of an 1.5 inch of cheap apartment door, the hallway stretched out. Tired carpet, beige walls, flickering light. Inside, my apartment resumed its usual chorus. Fridge, heater, neighbor's TV, the faint ticking of the little cameras that never seemed to catch what mattered most. On the screen between my palms, the voicemail notification waited. I stayed there, back braced against the only thing between me and the place I had just heard him stand, staring at the word new, like it was something alive, and I did not dare press it to hear my own bad news spoken back to me. 7:31. Writing this at 1:47 a.m. Right now, as I am typing this, the microwave clock over my shoulder says 1:47 a.m. The green digits are the brightest thing in the room after the laptop screen. They throw a faint, sickly glow over the white of the stove, over the edge of the countertop, over the forgotten mug next to the sink. If I lean back in my chair, I can see their reflection in the darkened window above the sink, floating there in the glass as if the time is outside instead of inside. The cursor on this email blinks in front of me, on a blank white field that will eventually be the body of a message to a horror channel. I have never written to one of these before. I have listened to them. I have driven home late at night with someone else's awful story filling my car. The voice of a stranger describing something they swore was true while my headlights slid over the empty road. I have stood at my kitchen counter eating leftovers while a narrator on my TV said things like, "He says he is not sending this to the cops. He is sending it to us." I did not think I would end up here, on the other side of that sentence. The apartment sounds like it always does at this hour, which is part of why I am putting this down now, instead of pretending I can sleep. The fridge in the kitchen is running through another one of its obstinate cycles. It starts with a click that is almost polite, then settles into a low, rattling hum that vibrates faintly through the floor and up the legs of the table. Every so often it shivers, like it is adjusting its grip on reality. When it finally stops, it does it abruptly, mid-breath, and the silence it leaves is always a fraction of a second too sharp. The heater in the hallway closet kicks on in its own rhythm. There is a hollow whump like someone knocking their knuckles against the inside of the ducts, then the soft rush of warm air pushing through the ceiling vents. The sound spreads out overhead, filling the apartment with a kind of mechanical sigh. When it stops, the room shrinks in on itself again. Through the wall to my left, my neighbor's TV is murmuring. They fall asleep with it on most nights. I can tell what kind of channel they are watching by the rhythm of the sound. Tonight, it is some kind of police procedural, low male voices, a burst of dramatic music, then a court of muffled dialogue. The laugh track shows are different, brighter, tinny laughter that makes the wall feel thinner. I prefer this. Out beyond the sealed windows, I can hear I-70 as a constant, distant hiss, trucks and cars moving through the dark, a river of metal and light that never really stops. If I listen closely, I can sometimes pick out the lower growl of a semi, or the higher whine of someone taking the exit too fast. My hallway camera ticks every so often as it reaches the end of its pathetically small orbit and turns back, scanning the same 3 feet of beige carpet and front door it has scanned all night. The point of listing all of this is not to pad my story. It is to tell you that I know these sounds. I have lived with them long enough that they are as familiar to me as my own breathing. They make up the background track of my life, the thing my brain tunes out when it wants to think about anything else, which is why, when they stop, or when something new slips into the gaps between them, I notice. The cops do not want to hear about that part. Not really. I have told them the version they can file. I told them about the night at the gym, the stolen phone, the footage of the man in the gray hoodie lifting my life off the bench like it was a pair of forgotten keys. I told them about the texts he sent to Mark, about the unlocked back door, about the 10 minutes in my friend's house, and the 20 seconds at the foot of his bed. I told them about the hallway camera in my building, the figure standing at the end of the corridor weeks before, the way he seemed to be facing my door. I told them about the way my number kept popping up in other people's stories, about the fake conversations and the almost break-ins, about how often the phrase, "it sounded like him," kept getting attached to things I had not done. All of that went into the report. There is a case number with my name and those facts attached. Somewhere on a server, there are folders labeled with dates and neighborhoods and Whitehall attempted, and my stolen phone is the thread that ties them together. What I did not put in the official story is what has started happening when the house holds its breath. I did not tell them how the entire building shut itself off, like someone flipped a master switch, just long enough for me to hear footsteps stop right outside my door. I did not tell them about that one, suspended second, where every machine in my life went quiet at once, fridge, heater, TV upstairs, so that the soft crush of rubber soles on worn carpet would be the only sound that existed. And I did not tell them about the voicemail. If you are listening to this read out loud somewhere, the person narrating may have already played it for you, or maybe they have cut it for time or for effect. I do not know what kind of choices get made between an email like this showing up in someone's inbox and the edit you are hearing in your car or your bedroom. I can tell you what it was like for me, though. I was still leaning against the door when it came in, the deadbolts digging into my spine through the thin wood, my legs half folded under me. The house noises had just snapped back into place, the fridge humming, the heater sighing, the upstairs TV resuming its script. It was like someone had let go of the pause button on a very boring movie. The phone buzzed in my hands with that low, insistent vibration that means voicemail, not text, not missed call. The screen lit up my knees and the front of my shirt. The little icon appeared, innocent as ever. Unknown number, new message. If you want to know why I answered it at all, the best I can tell you is that curiosity and fear live very close together in my head. They share a wall. Sometimes they kick through it. I brought the phone up, thumb hovering over the play button. My heart was still climbing down from the ceiling of my throat. My mouth was dry. The apartment sounded almost too normal, like the building was pretending it had not just stopped. I pressed play. There was a hiss of connection, like the sound you get when you put a seashell up to your ear and pretend it is the ocean. Then, close. Too close. So close it sounded like the microphone was inside someone's mouth. I heard breathing. Not the ragged kind you get after running, or the wheeze of someone with bad lungs. Just a steady, quiet inhale, exhale, inhale. There was no street noise, no echo. Nothing to tell me whether whoever had left it was inside or outside, near or far. Then my own voice spoke. At least that is what my brain insists on calling it. It was my cadence, my way of swallowing certain consonants, of stretching certain vowels. The little roughness at the end of sentences that I do not notice until I hear myself on a recording. It sounded like me speaking into a paper bag. Muffled, but unmistakable. I am all ready. I hung up. I did not let it finish the sentence. I did not need to. The sound of that half phrase crawled into my ears and stayed there, looping, filling in the missing word all on its own. My thumb stabbed at the screen, ending playback so quickly that the phone made a small, offended click. I sat there on the floor with my back against the door and the phone in my hand, and I realized there was no version of that detail that would make sense in a police report. There is no box to check that says, "He sent a recording of my own voice telling me he was already here." They barely want to hear about the texts. They certainly do not want to hear about the way the fridge and the heater and the neighbor's TV all seem to know when something is about to happen. How the building's mechanical hush has become the drum roll before his attempts at contact. So I am telling you instead. I am not sending this to the cops. I am sending it to whoever sits in front of a microphone and reads these for a living, and to whoever listens to them on their way home from work or in bed with the lights off, and to whoever pauses a horror video halfway through because their own house just went quiet in a way they do not like. I am writing this at 1:47 a.m., in a small apartment on the east side of Columbus, with the fridge humming behind me and the heater blowing above, and the I-70 traffic whispering just beyond the glass. The cursor on this email is still blinking, asking me what else I am willing to say out loud. I have told the official story to the people who are supposed to do something about it. This is the part I kept back, for an audience that might understand that sometimes the scariest thing is not what the cameras catch, but what the microphones do. 7. 2. Playing the voicemail and watching the feed. I have been dodging around this part for a while, and if you are still listening, you can probably feel it. There is a difference between saying he left me a voicemail and actually pressing play on the thing and writing down what it sounds like. The first is a headline. The second is a kind of self-harm. You have to invite the sound back into your head on purpose, knowing it is going to stay long after you hit stop. At some point between 1:47 a.m. and now, the cursor on this email blinked long enough in the empty space under that last sentence that I realized I was out of excuses. If I am going to send this to you and ask you to make sense of it, I cannot keep saying, I hung up and leaving it there. I have to listen to the whole thing at least once, all the way through. Not just the half sentence I caught in a panic when it came in. So I saved this draft. I close the laptop halfway, just enough that the light dims, but the screen does not shut off completely. The kitchen shrinks around me a little in the softer glow. The microwave clock behind me clicks over to 1:56 a.m. The apartment is between breaths. The fridge is in one of its quieter moments, like it is thinking about whether it wants to start humming again. The heater is off. Through the wall, the neighbor's TV has dropped to a low, monotonous murmur. Late-night commercials, probably. I can hear a single car on I-70, tires hissing through whatever slush is left on the asphalt. My phone sits on the table next to the laptop, screen dark, as if it has not been the loudest thing in my life for weeks. I pick it up. The voicemail tab shows one new message from an unknown number. No transcription. Just a timestamp that matches the moment everything in this apartment went silent and the footsteps stopped outside my door. My thumb hesitates over the play button for longer than I want to admit. I consider putting in earbuds. I do not. Something about having his voice that close to my inner ear canal feels wrong. I want the sound out in the air where I can at least pretend it belongs to the room and not my head. I bring the speaker up near my ear, close enough that I will catch every detail, far enough that the phone is not touching my skin. Then I hit play. First comes the static, not the harsh, crackling kind you get on a bad radio station. This is a soft, steady hiss, like someone holding a seashell up to a microphone. Under it is a faint, moist sound, the tiny, wet click of saliva in a mouth, the almost inaudible smack of lips parting and closing near the phone. Then the breathing. It is close. That is the first thing that hits me. You can tell when someone is talking on speakerphone across a room and when they are pressing their face right up to the mic. This is the second kind. Each inhale pulls the air in with a quiet, controlled drag. Each exhale brushes past plastic and wire and something else. There is a texture to it, a faint rasp that sounds like a thumb running over coarse fabric. For a second, I do not know what it is. Then it lands. It sounds like the chest of a hoodie scraping softly against the edge of a phone being held too tight. I grip the table harder with my free hand. The fridge behind me chooses that exact moment to kick on, compressor starting with its habitual low thunk before sliding into a steady hum. The heater, mercifully, stays quiet. I angle the phone closer, as if distance might dilute the apartment noise. No one speaks for a few more seconds on the recording. Just that breathing. Not quite calm, not quite excited. The kind of breathing you hear when someone is standing still, but their heart rate is up a little. Waiting for the right time to say something. When the voice finally comes, it hits me in two different ways at once. The tone is wrong. It is deeper than mine, rougher around the edges, with a kind of low, gravelly quality I only get when I am sick or half asleep. There is a weight to it that does not belong to my throat. If I heard it coming from down a long hallway with no context, I would say, that is not me. But the way the words line up is mine. The rhythm, the casual, almost apologetic way the sentence folds in on itself. The slight upward lilt at the end that makes it sound like a text turned into speech. You don't have to leave the door open anymore, it says. There is a soft, dry chuckle under the last word. Not a laugh exactly. More like air catching in the back of a throat that is trying not to sound amused. Then, after half a beat, you already did. Hearing that second sentence out loud, with that smug little drop on did, is worse than the first part. It is a time bomb of a statement. It is not just about Lena or Mark or the woman in Whitehall or whoever else got those messages. It lands like it is talking about something older. A door somewhere I forgot I ever opened. A moment weeks or months ago where I made the mistake that let him in, and only he knows which one it was. On the recording, the breathing goes on. I realize, with a kind of delayed horror, that I have matched my own inhale-exhale to his pacing. I pull the phone away from my ear for a second, like distance will break the spell. The hiss and the breath flatten a little, become more obviously just audio. I lift it back up. The next line is quieter. He moves closer to the mic. I can hear the fabric scrape again, the tiny shift of whatever he is wearing against the phone. His mouth is practically on it now. When he speaks this time, his voice is more of a whisper, but there is still enough tone in it for my brain to keep trying to overlay mine. I like how you sleep, he murmurs, except I am not sure that is exactly what he says. Halfway through sleep, there is a slight distortion, like the phone struggled to catch the consonant. It could be sleep, it could be speak, it could be I like how easy you are. The syllables smear into each other, a long, drawn-out I sound that never quite resolves. It is the kind of audio where, if this ever gets played on whatever channel you are hearing this on, the comments will fill up with arguments. He said sleep. No, he said easy. You can hear the P. There is a soft click right near the mic. For a second, I think it is his tongue. Then I recognize it. The tiny, hollow sound the peephole in my own door makes when someone's forehead brushes it. Just a slight contact with glass in wood. A dull tick. I do not know if that is actually what it is. I do know the voicemail is long enough that there had to be something happening while he was holding the phone that close. My hand is starting to shake. The phone wobbles near my ear, the proximity sensor flicking the screen on and off in my peripheral vision. I force myself to keep listening, swallowing down the urge to hit stop again, to throw the phone across the room, to pretend this message never existed. On the recording, he takes one more slow breath in. Then, very softly, almost lost under the hiss of the line and the distant hum of whatever environment he is standing in, he adds a final sentence. I like how you don't check. That is the one I am sure of. The words are clearer, each consonant landing carefully. He is enjoying this part. You can hear it in the way he enunciates don't, rolling the N a fraction of a second too long. The voicemail ends there. No click of him hanging up. No beep. Just a hard cut back to the quiet of my kitchen, which does not feel like quiet anymore. I lower the phone slowly. My thumb hovers over the screen. For a second, the part of me that has spent years alone with technology wants to hit the little download arrow, to save this thing to a folder for evidence. Another part of me wants to delete it so thoroughly that whatever server it lives on forgets my number ever touched it. Instead, my thumb slips. It brushes the edge of the home bar, and the voicemail app slides halfway down. Underneath it, still open from earlier, is the live view from the apartment cameras. The hallway feed loads first. A narrow strip of carpet. The front door deadbolts glinting dully in the dim light. No shadow under the threshold. No movement. Just the meaningless, fixed stare of a cheap lens at a tired piece of architecture. I flick over to the living room kitchen cam. The image is slightly fish-eyed, bending the room at the edges. I see my own back, hunched at the table, phone to my ear, laptop half closed. The lamp by the couch glows weakly in the corner. The sink stands empty, stainless steel catching a faint reflection of the screen. The balcony door is a tall black rectangle at the edge of the frame. There is no one else in the shot. No figure behind me. No blur ducking out of sight. Just chairs and shadows and the stillness of a space that, according to the camera, belongs only to me. It should be comforting. It is not. Because right as I am staring at that little bubble of my life from the outside, trying to reassure myself that this is just a recording and not some live broadcast of the moment before something awful happens, the fridge behind me shuts off mid-hum. No polite click this time. It is as if someone has yanked the plug out of the wall. The compressor dies in the middle of its breath, cutting the sound in half. The heater chooses that second to stay silent. The TV next door must be between scenes because the wall drops to a hush. For a heartbeat, the only sound in the entire apartment is the faint, mechanical tick of the camera itself, adjusting its angle to show me more clearly on the screen I am already looking at. I am watching myself listen to the thing that says, "I do not check my doors, and I sleep too easily," in a room that has just remembered how to hold its breath. 7.3, the last moment before the sound comes back. If you have made it this far, you already know more than the police do. The cursor is still blinking in this email draft. My name is still in the from line. The horror channel's address is in the to. The subject I typed earlier sits there, ordinary and stupid. Stranger used my phone to walk into my friend's house. It feels too small for what actually happened, but I have gotten used to people thinking this is all smaller than it is. The microwave clock has rolled past 2:10 a.m. The apartment smells like reheated food and stale coffee. My eyes ache from staring at the screen. My fingers feel greasy on the keys. I tell myself I am almost done. That once I hit send, this will be out of my body and into someone else's inbox, and maybe that will dilute it. Maybe having it read back to me by a stranger on YouTube will turn it into just another voice in the dark, instead of something that lives in my hallway. The sounds of the apartment keep me company while I type. The fridge is on again, humming away, a low, vibrating presence in the kitchen behind me. The heater has settled into a predictable rhythm, on for a few minutes, then off, then on again, breathing warmth into the ceiling vents. The neighbor's TV is softer now, deep into some infomercial or late-night rerun, just a gentle, meaningless murmur through the wall. Out on I-70, a truck passes. I can hear the distant rising growl as it approaches. the soft fade as it pulls away. The cameras tick occasionally in the corners, tiny mechanical sighs as they adjust their angles by degrees, capturing the same empty rectangles of space over and over. My laptop fan whirs. My knuckles crack when I flex my hands. The chair creaks when I shift my weight. All of it combines into a kind of white noise I have, against my better judgment, started to trust again. I am in the middle of a sentence about the voicemail when it happens. It is not dramatic. No light flickers. Nothing falls off a shelf. There is no cinematic pop or crack. Everything just stops. The fridge dies mid-hum. No polite click, no slow fade, just cut off like someone slammed their palm against a stop button. The heater fan shudders to a halt between one breath and the next, the air in the vents falling still. The neighbor's TV goes from muffled murmur to nothing in a blink. The distant hiss of the highway vanishes so completely, it is like someone has put thick glass over the windows. The laptop fan, which I never notice until it is gone, spins down. The tick of the cameras cuts mid-rotation. For the second time in this story, and for who knows how many times in the last few months that I did not notice, the entire building holds its breath. I know exactly what this is now. This is the same 1-second mechanical hush that I used to feel at the gym without even knowing I felt it. The tiny pocket of silence where my music would stutter into static before disconnecting. It is the silence that sat in Mark's house between the sound of the door closing and the rasp of footsteps on his stairs. It is the gap I watched on hallway footage, that blank, breathless moment before the figure at the end of my corridor stepped back into the shadows. This is his moment. He has taught my ears to recognize it. In that small, clean cut in reality, I hear something new. Not from the hallway, not from the door, not from the pipes or the vents, from right in front of me. There is a tiny, sharp click from my laptop speakers. Not the chime of a new email or the ding of a message. It is the sound a microphone icon makes in certain apps when you tap it. A little audio confirmation that your device has just started listening. For half a heartbeat, nothing else exists. Then, on my phone, which is lying face up next to the keyboard, screen still glowing from the voicemail app and the camera feed underneath, something shifts. The hallway camera tile blinks once, like a frame dropped in a bad video call. For a single frozen image, the view changes. Most of it is the same. The short hallway from my bedroom to the front door, beige walls, tired carpet. The door itself, bolts in place, chain hanging slack. The same overhead light casting its flat glow. But at the very edge of the frame, near the top of the hallway where it curves toward the stairwell, just past where the wall narrows and the shadows thicken, there is a shape. A man, standing in the dim, hood up, shoulders rounded, hands buried in the front pocket of a gray sweatshirt, the brim of a dark cap pulling his face into shadow. His body turned slightly toward my door, enough that I can see the line of his arm under the fabric, the angle of his hip. The image is soft, as if the camera barely caught it. The pixels smear around him like someone dragged a finger through wet paint. There is a faint, vertical distortion on the right-hand side of the frame, the kind of glitch you get when a feed lags. His head is tilted, the way you tilt your head when you are listening through a wall. The frame holds for less than a second. Then it is gone. The camera feed snaps back to the empty hallway I have seen 1,000 times. No figure, no shadow, just the bland, slightly warped real estate of my front door corridor, stretching away into nothing. At the exact same moment, the world exhales. The fridge roars back to life, louder than it has any right to be. The heater fan kicks on with a jolt. blasting air through the vents like it is trying to make up for lost time. The neighbor's TV laughs at something on the other side of the wall, canned laughter too bright and too sudden. A truck outside hits a seam in the pavement and its tires thump. The apartment is noisy again. Hyper noisy, every sound turned up a notch by contrast. I sit there with my fingers hovering over the keyboard, my left hand still resting on the laptop, my right hand frozen over the phone, and try to decide if I saw what I think I saw, or if some part of me, exhausted and primed to expect him, filled that one missing frame in on its own. On the laptop screen, the draft email has not moved. The cursor still blinks at the end of the last sentence I typed. The subject line at the top of the message has changed. I did not notice it happen. The plain, factual phrase I typed earlier, the one about my stolen phone, is gone. In its place, in the subject field, the 4 words sit there, neatly capitalized, like a title someone else picked out for my story. He learned how easy it was. I stare at it. I do not remember clicking into that box. I do not remember typing those words. My fingers are not even on the correct part of the keyboard for that to have happened as some unconscious fidget. The subject line cursor is not there now. It is below, in the body, where I left it. Maybe it is just autosave picking up on a line I wrote earlier in the draft. Maybe the email client decided to be helpful and grabbed a phrase from my own text to make it more descriptive. Maybe my hands did it, and I just dissociated for a couple of seconds. Or maybe the same person who learned to sound like me through a stolen phone and a handful of voice memos has found yet another way to nudge things in the direction he likes. I could delete it. I could click into the box, backspace the title he seems to have chosen, type something more boring, more precise, more like evidence and less like an admission. I do not. I could delete the voicemail. I could dig into the settings and wipe it from my phone and hope that whatever server it lives on will eventually, mercifully, cycle it out. I could pretend I misheard the words, that the glitch in his sentence was bigger than it sounded. I do not. Instead, I sit there and listen to the building breathe for a few more minutes. The fridge hums, the heater hums, the neighbor's TV hums, the cameras tick, the traffic whispers outside. Every sound piles up around me until it is almost soothing. Almost. I know now that somewhere in all that noise is a gap that does not belong to me. A little 1 or 2 second grave where everything stops so one man's footsteps can walk through it. I scroll to the top of the draft. I look at the subject line one more time. He learned how easy it was. It feels like a verdict. On my habits, on my unlocked doors, on the way I sleep when I finally do. Then I move the cursor to the button at the bottom of the screen. I do not edit anything else. I do not add the hallway frame to the official story. I do not sanitize the voicemail. I do not try to make this more believable or less. I just hit send. If you are hearing this now, if some narrator is reading my words into a microphone while you sit in your car at a red light or lie in bed staring at your own ceiling, it means he is still out there, still trying doors with my name on his tongue. And when your house falls completely silent for 1 second tonight, just long enough for the fridge to hush and the heater to hold its breath, you will understand why I never pick up when my own number calls.